Prologue. Amaryllis couldn't be happier. She was about to become an aunt for the very first time, and she was in love. She sighed happily. She'd never imagined it would be possible to find the love of her life at such a young age. She was only 15 after all, but Alex was 19. He was usually off at school, but he was home this week and they were together. Amaryllis's love of the written word was almost legendary in Seattle. She'd read more books than her teacher and all of her sisters put together. Reading made her happy. Almost as happy as Alex made her. Alex was the son of a family friend, John Higgins, and though she'd known him all her life, she hadn't really developed a crush on him until he was 12. He'd been one of the few boys in town not to fall at her sister's feet, and that made him special in her eyes. The day had been exciting. She'd been spending time with Rose and Alex, and Rose had finally gone into labor. It seemed like that baby would never come. Alex ran to get Dr. Sean, Rose's husband, and Sean had broken Alex's nose. Now Sean and Alex were off talking in low voices. Amaryllis hoped that Sean was apologizing, because really, who punched the man that had just run all the way across town to tell you your wife was in labor? Alex walked back to the parlor and resumed his seat beside Amaryllis on the sofa, taking her hand in his. Amaryllis smiled at him, so happy to be with him. She loved getting letters from him every day, of course, but having him beside her was so much better than that. What did Sean want? She asked softly. Alex sighed. He thought I was in love with Rose. Do you believe that nonsense? And that's why he hit me. He just wanted to apologize. Alex lifted his hand to his nose, which was swollen 3 times its normal size. Amaryllis's mother, Mary, rushed down the stairs to tell Sean that he was needed by his wife, and then she turned to the young couple on the sofa. Don't think I don't see you two sitting there holding hands. Amaryllis, you are not to accept the suit of any young men until you are at least 18. Did you forget our rules? Amaryllis flushed at her mother's stern look. Couldn't she wait until they were alone to scold her? No, Mama. I didn't forget. It's just that it's Alex. She clutched Alex's hand even tighter, as if afraid he'd be torn from her. Mary shook her head. I know it's Alex, and honestly, I can think of no other young man I want for a son-in-law more than Alex. As soon as you're 18, you'll be free to pursue a relationship with him. But not now. Alex looked down. It's my fault, Mrs. Sullivan. I have been sending her letters through Rose. His voice sounded humbled. Amaryllis could have kicked him. Why was he admitting to anything? She shook her head. Mama was going to make a relationship impossible now. I don't mind if you two exchange letters, but there will be no hand-holding, no sneaking around to see each other, and no touching of any sort until she's 18. Have I made myself clear? Mary put her hands on her ample hips, letting the young couple know she meant what she said. And now I'm going back upstairs to help my oldest daughter give birth. Alex looked at Amaryllis, pulling his hand away. I don't want to do anything to upset your parents. Amaryllis sat back against the sofa and sighed. I knew she'd ruin it if she could. She looked at him in the dim light. You'll still write? He nodded briskly. From now on, though, I'll write to you at your parents' house and not through your sister. His eyes didn't meet hers though, and her heart fell. Seattle, 1891. Chapter 1. Amaryllis looked around the library to be certain there were no patrons there before stepping into the washroom. She straightened her blonde hair back into a perfect bun atop her head and pushed her spectacles up her nose. She'd been the librarian at Seattle's only library for a year now, and she loved her work. Even on days like today, when no one was there, she stepped back out into the library and picked up a stack of books that needed reshelving. She was always amazed at how perfectly intelligent people were incapable of returning books to their correct order on the shelf. She'd asked that everyone just put the books they'd looked at on the corner of her desk instead of even trying to reshelve them. Glancing at the watch she had pinned to her bosom, she mentally calculated. The students from the small school down the road would be arriving in a few minutes, and she didn't want to be tied up in the stacks when they got there. She planned to read them a chapter from a book, and after allow them to choose one to read quietly. They were all allowed to get library cards if they wanted, but they would have to do that when their parents were with them. Her head jerked toward the door as she heard the bell over it ring. She put on her best librarian smile. "May I help you?" A tall slender blonde man walked into the library looking around. "I'm a writer doing some research on the history of the Seattle area. I hope to set a book here. Can you help me?" "I would love to. Are you looking for recent history, like settlements, or what we know of the local Indian tribes?" She hurried to the small local section she'd set up for people interested in the history of the area. Mainly the early settlers, but some Indian flavor would be good as well. He followed her to the section she indicated and perused the titles of the books. "If you wanted a good book for overall history, which would you start with?" he asked. Amaryllis didn't hesitate as she plucked a book from the shelf and handed it to him. "This one. There's not another that has half as much information." She put on her best librarian smile as she looked up at him. He nodded, smiling down at the book in his hand. "Perfect. Thank you." He walked to the checkout desk with her. "I haven't used the library here before. May I check out a book if I'm just visiting Seattle?" Amaryllis shook her head slowly. "I'm terribly sorry, but you must be a resident of the area. Where do you live?" If it was close, maybe she could bend the rule, but she didn't usually bend rules for anyone. He shrugged. "I don't really live anywhere. I travel around looking for interesting places to write about. I tend to stay in one place only long enough to research it and move on." You'll have to do your research here in the library then." She pointed at a small table off to the corner of the library. "You're welcome to use that table and pen and paper, if you need to." "No, I brought supplies with me thinking that might be the case." He held his hand out to her. "I'm Lawrence, by the way. Lawrence Bennett." His smile was wide, and his eyes danced at her. Amaryllis smiled, shaking his hand. "I'm Amaryllis Sullivan. It's nice to meet you, Miss Sullivan." He walked in the direction of the table she'd indicated. "I'm certain we'll be seeing a lot of each other as I research my book." Amaryllis watched him as he took his seat at the table and walked back to the front desk, because it was time for her class. She set down the book she had planned on shelving. She could do that later. She always stayed late, because it felt so good to be alone in a room full of books. As the children filed in, she picked up the book she'd been reading to them. She read a chapter of Tom Sawyer every week. Most of the children were amused by young Tom's antics, but there were always a few boys who seemed to have a look in their eyes that said they were going to try some of Tom's tricks on others. When she finished the chapter, she explained how books are organized in a library, because their teacher was getting ready to have them do a research project. She hurried around helping them all until their hour was up, and then she all but fell back into her chair, exhausted. The 1 day per week she had the children was always exhausting for her. She reached under her desk and pulled out her lunch, a sandwich and an apple. The cook at her parents' house sent the same thing every day, which was fine with Amaryllis. She pulled the book she was reading to her and found the mark, picking up where she'd left off. She was deep into her story, a love story of course, when she heard a throat clearing. She jumped several feet. "Oh, Mr. Bennett. I'd forgotten you were here." She put her hand to her heart, breathing steadily, trying to calm herself. He chuckled softly. "That's not surprising with that group of children you were helping." He stood looking down at her for a moment, before clearing his throat again, a habit that Amaryllis was starting to find slightly annoying. "Well, Miss Sullivan, we seem to have a lot in common." Amaryllis frowned. "I'm sure I don't know what you mean, Mr. Bennett." How could he say that when he knew nothing about her? He chuckled. "A mutual love of literature." He nodded to the book she was reading. "I was wondering, since I don't know anyone else in town, if you'd be willing to accompany me to dinner this evening." She contemplated that for a moment. Did she really want to spend time with someone she barely knew? Yes, they both enjoyed books, but was it enough to build a friendship on? "Yes, I'll go to dinner with you," she finally said. She was 19, and her parents had long since agreed that she could accompany men on occasion. She just never had. A small part of her heart had never given up on Alex, but she didn't think she'd allow him to court her if he ever came back. It was just, there was no one else like him. How could another man compare to her first love? Mr. Bennet's face lit up. I'd like that a great deal. Shall I call for you around 6? Amaryllis pulled a pencil from her drawer and jotted her address on a piece of scrap paper. That would be fine. I look forward to seeing you then. She returned to her book as he left the library. No, he wasn't her dream man, but her dream man didn't want her now. So she had every right to be courted by someone else. She sighed, wishing things were different. She'd never forget the day she'd been working at the battered women's home and overheard a conversation between Alex's parents. I got a letter from Alex this morning. Mildred, Alex's mother, told Higgins. Higgins had stopped and smiled down at his wife, whom he obviously loved. What does it say? Well, you know how hard it's been for him at school, not knowing anyone. He was fine as long as he was writing to Amaryllis, but she's not allowed to think of him as her suitor any longer, and he's been frustrated by that. Amaryllis had frowned, looking down at her hands. She wanted so badly to be the girl Alex thought of as his own. Of course. He's been doing well with his studies, though. Of course he has, but he met a lady who has been keeping him busy. Her name is Sarah, and from what he tells me, she's a remarkable woman. Amaryllis hadn't been able to listen to another word. She'd turned and run from the house to the park in the center of Seattle, ignoring the rain as it made small puddles on her glasses. She loved Alex, and he was seeing someone else? How could that be? She'd stayed out in the rain for hours that night, and finally, just before bedtime, she'd sneaked into the house and up the stairs. Her mother had spotted her immediately. Amaryllis, where have you been? You're soaked to the skin. I was at the park, Mama. I needed to be alone for a bit. She ignored the frown on her mother's face and went into her bedroom. Obediently, she'd bathed in the tub of hot water her mother had sent up, and she'd changed into her nightgown. Her stomach growled at her, but she hadn't cared. Her life was over. Her soulmate had moved on. Amaryllis shook her head and crunched another bite from her apple. That was 2.5 years ago. She'd written to him the following day and told him she was too young to have a man in mind to marry. She knew inside that she didn't really feel that way, but as long as Alex believed it, that was all that mattered to her. His letters to her, which had been coming fewer and further between, had stopped entirely after that. She missed him with every fiber of her being, and she knew that she would never find another man who would suit her like Alex had, but she was willing to think about other men now. She wanted children. Her nephew and niece made her think more about babies every day. Was Lawrence Bennett the man she'd spent her life with? Probably not, but she could at least contemplate it, couldn't she? When Amaryllis told her mother she was having dinner with a man that evening, Mary was ecstatic. What's his name? What does he do? Mary's eyes sparkled as she enthused about the idea of Amaryllis finally seeing a man. His name is Lawrence Bennett, and he's a writer. I really don't know much more about him, except that he's only in town for a short while, and I'm having dinner with him. Mary frowned. We need more information than that for your aunt to investigate him. Mama, I said I was having dinner with him, not that I was going to run off and marry him next week. Amaryllis climbed the stairs, planning on changing into a prettier dress and redoing her hair before dinner. Wait. You can't just go to dinner with any strange man you meet. Amaryllis turned to her mother halfway up the stairs. I'm an adult now. I'm over 18. If things get serious between us, I'll let you know and you can tell Aunt Harriet. Until then, I'm just going to enjoy a meal with someone who loves books as much as I do. She ignored her mother's calls of Amaryllis, and shut her bedroom door. Really, why was her mother still so overprotective of her? She was 19 for God's sake, and she knew how to be careful. She was waiting in the parlor when the knock came at the front door. She didn't hurry to get it, but she did stand and walk toward the door. Her sister, Jasmine, was there first as usual. Hi, I'm Jasmine. Welcome to the garden. Come in. Jasmine's eyes were twinkling up at the man. Amaryllis smiled at Lawrence. This is my sister, Jasmine. Lawrence nodded, smiling. Oh, another flower name. That's sweet. Jasmine burst out laughing. There are 8 flower names, but only 6 left at home. There's Rose, Lily, Amaryllis, Daisy, Jasmine, Hyacinth, Violet and Iris. She grinned up at Lawrence like the deranged nincompoop she was. Lawrence stared at her in confusion. So all of your sisters have flower names? Are there any boys? Jasmine shook her head. Nope, just us flowers making up a garden together. Don't you think 8 children is enough? Should I tell Mama she needs to have more babies? Lawrence held his hands up as if to ward Jasmine off. No, that's okay. 8 is probably plenty. He looked at Amaryllis, obviously hoping she'd help him. Amaryllis smiled sweetly. Down, Jasmine. Behave yourself. She stepped forward. Let's go before any of my other sisters crawl out of the woodwork. Mary cleared her throat from behind Amaryllis. Oh, Mama, I didn't see you there. Mama, this is Lawrence Bennett. I met him at the library. Mr. Bennett, my mother, Mary Sullivan. Amaryllis made the introductions quickly, hoping she could leave without any further interruptions. Mary smiled. It's nice to meet you, Mr. Bennett. When will you have Amaryllis home? Amaryllis rolled her eyes, wishing her mother wouldn't treat her like a child. Mama, I promise we won't stay out too late. Lawrence smiled at Mary. Would 10 be all right with you, Mrs. Sullivan? Mary nodded briefly. Yes, that would be fine. Have a nice time. Amaryllis stepped out into the warm summer air. It had rained earlier that day, and now the humidity was making everything muggy. She felt like her dress was clinging to her skin. It's so hot, she said as he walked her to the street. He helped her into his buggy and drove her through the streets to the restaurant. She'd eaten there with family members many times, but never with a man. She felt extremely awkward, wondering what she possibly had to say to this man. After a moment, he came to the rescue. I heard you reading Tom Sawyer to the children today. You really made the characters come alive. I could see some of the boys thinking about how they could trick people like Tom does. She smiled. Thank you. I've always loved to read, but feel like reading aloud is not one of my strong points. Her eyes tended to move too quickly, and her mouth just couldn't seem to keep up. She felt as if she was constantly fumbling over the words. You're wrong about that, Miss Sullivan. You use your voice just perfectly. Some people try to change their voice for every character when they read, and it makes a person tired just listening to it. Not you, though. You do a great job with it. It's funny how sometimes we can perceive that we're not good at something, and someone else will think it's something we excel at. I won't start singing, though. I know I don't excel at that. He laughed. Then I'll spare you from my singing as well. Even my mother would give me pennies to keep me from singing. I learned early on that the best way to make money was to sing around the house. Amaryllis grinned. Yes, I think I could give the kind of concert where people would pay me a great deal of money not to sing. Maybe I should lock the doors to the concert hall first, though, from the outside. We could take our act on stage together. We'd become rich quickly. I can just see it now. Come pay us not to sing to you. They were both laughing as they pulled up to the restaurant, and he held his hand up to help her down. I'm glad we're doing this, she told him honestly. She hadn't been sure if she wanted to spend time with the man, but now they'd been together for a few minutes, she knew she'd made a good choice. They chatted amiably throughout the meal about different books they'd read and the book he was writing about the city. I really want to have something set when the first settlers were coming to the area, and how they had to fight the local savages. Amaryllis made a face, but didn't say anything. She had a few friends in the local tribe, and she thought they were just like everyone else, except that their land had been taken from them and they were being forced to give up their way of life. After a moment, she couldn't help herself. She had to tell him her thoughts. I hope you make it fair to both sides of the issue. He shrugged. Only white men will be reading it, so why would I bother being fair to the Indian? Because you could color white man's opinion of Indians. Why would you increase the hate people feel for them? Isn't there already enough of that? He leaned back in his chair and studied her. You're serious, aren't you? Yes, I am. I think you need to interview some of the local Indians and put their side of the story into the book as well. She leaned forward in her chair earnestly, trying to make him understand her point of view. If we can all learn to see things from both sides, maybe war will be a thing of the past. I don't know why we can't all share this land. They were here first. He laughed. So you'd give up your comfortable home and all your books for them? Why do I have to? She argued. We should all be able to coexist in peace. He shook his head. I'll make you a deal. If you can find 2 Indians to come and tell me their point of view, I'll interview them, and if what they say makes sense, I'll put it in my book. Amaryllis smiled, pleased that he wasn't just discounting her. So many men ignored her when she made a good point, because she was just a woman and incapable, in their minds, of thinking things out logically. Thank you. On the drive back to her house, she thought about how much she'd enjoyed the evening with Lawrence. He'd been a good companion to her, and their talk had kept her entertained. He seemed to be a good man, if you didn't think too hard about how he felt about the Indians. When they reached her house, he jumped down from the buggy and walked around it, helping her down and walking her to the door. I had a wonderful time tonight. Thank you for accompanying me. She smiled up at him. I enjoyed myself. Would you be willing to do it again sometime? He asked. She nodded. I would. I'll see you at the library soon, I'm sure. He waited until she was in the house, before turning and walking back to the buggy. Amaryllis removed her hat and walked up the stairs slowly. He was a good man, but she felt nothing for him. Not like she had for Alex. He wasn't asking for more than friendship at this point, though, so she would spend time with him for now. Maybe feelings would grow later? She'd read that love doesn't always hit you like a ton of bricks. Sometimes it came on slowly. Maybe she would eventually find love with Lawrence. Alex clenched the flowers he'd brought with him in his hand. He'd studied night and day for the past years so he could be with Amaryllis. And what happens when he arrives home and goes to see her, before he even sees his own parents? She's returning from an outing with another man. He bowed his head in defeat. She'd obviously moved on. When he'd gotten her letter, he'd been almost relieved, because it meant that she wasn't giving up on him, but he was free to devote all his time to his studies and not write to her so often. He'd never imagined she'd have moved on. The love he felt for her was one he'd never get over. So how could she have replaced him so easily? Amaryllis finished shelving the huge stack of books on her desk and sat down to eat her lunch. The library was empty for the first time in days. She pulled her sandwich out and took a sip of the water she had sitting next to her. Lawrence had been in the library every day for a week, and though she liked him, she was pleased he was finally out interviewing some of the local Indians. She really wanted their story to be told. She picked up the novel she'd been reading and propped it in front of her as she took a huge bite from her apple, a bit of juice trickling down her chin. The jangle of the bell at the door had her wiping her chin and putting her apple down, before turning to smile at the patron. Her smile quickly faded. Hello, Alex. Amaryllis was surprised at how calm and even her voice sounded, when inside she was screaming with pain. Alex came to a stop in front of her desk, his eyes traveling over her. I've missed you. His brown eyes were as intense as always, and her heart skipped a beat. She faltered, surprised to hear his words. What are you doing back? On a school break? No, I hurried and finished early, so I could come home. He looked at her behind the desk, out of reach. So we could marry. Amaryllis blinked a few times in surprise. I'm sorry. I'm seeing someone else now. She deliberately let him believe that she was more interested in Lawrence than she really was. Truthfully, her relationship with Lawrence was built on friendship and nothing more. She couldn't handle the heartache that came with Alex again, though. She took her seat and picked up her book, effectively dismissing him. She could feel him standing there staring down at her for a full minute before he left the library. As soon as he'd gone, she rested her head on her desk, and the tears fell. What happened to Sarah? Was she not good enough for him either? Whatever happens, I can't go back to Alex. He'll just break my heart again. Chapter 2. Alex stared down at Amaryllis, wondering why she was so angry with him. He'd done nothing to incur her wrath. He'd written to her every week until she'd told him to stop, and he'd been a good beau to her, even after her parents had forbidden them from seeing one another. Finally, he left the library. He walked through the streets until he got to the small building he'd rented for his office. It wasn't much, but he didn't have much money starting out. He had a desk set up in the front room, and a bed in the back. There was a stove he could cook on in the bedroom, along with a small table and 2 chairs, but there was little else. Honestly, he didn't need much more than that. Who is the man she's seeing? And why does she hate me? He unpacked a few law books to put on the small shelf while he contemplated. What could have happened? After a moment, he decided who would have the answers. He'd go see Rose, Amaryllis's older sister, whom he'd gone to school with. She'd tell him what he needed to know. At least he hoped she would. They'd always been cordial, and Rose had helped them when they'd first started their relationship. He put the last of the books on the shelf and looked at it with pride. It looked perfect. He'd be ready to open his practice in a day or 2. There was only one lawyer in Seattle, and he didn't take on clients without a lot of money. Alex had become a lawyer for the sole purpose of helping women who had been abused. He had grown up in an abusive household and would never be able to turn a blind eye to a woman being hurt again. He made the walk to Rose's house in 5 minutes. Knocking on her door, he stood back and waited. The maid who opened the door for him smiled. "Mr. Alex. Welcome home. I'll just get Rose." She led him to the small parlor that Rose favored, and he sat on the sofa, waiting for her to join him. The room hadn't changed much, which surprised Alex. Rose was the type of girl to change furnishings every year or so, just because she could. Rose came into the room with a baby on her hip. The look on her face let him know that he was no longer welcome. He got to his feet, surprised by the cold look on her face. "Rose." She nodded, but didn't sit. "Alex. How can I help you?" She obviously was in a hurry to get rid of him. "You can start by telling me what on earth is going on." "The last time I saw Amaryllis, we promised we would wait for each other. When I got my law degree, I was going to come back to town, and we were going to marry. 2 months later, I got a letter from her saying she was too young to commit to someone. That was fine. I hurried and finished school, taking more classes than they honestly should have allowed me to take at a time, so I could come home early and marry her." He shook his head. "I guess I still expected her to be waiting for me." He held his hands palm up, hoping she'd have an answer for him. Rose raised an eyebrow. "Nice story." Her voice dripped with disdain. "Nice story? What do you mean by that? What was wrong with everyone? We know about Sarah." "Sarah? What about Sarah?" Sarah was an older woman that he'd done odd jobs for while he was at school. She was the widow of an old university president, and by working for her, he'd been able to quit his job on the docks loading ships. Sarah had made his life so much better, just by giving him work that didn't force him into a dangerous place or make him go too far off campus. The work was hard, but it had been a joy to help her. "You were courting her while you were at school." Rose's eyes were filled with anger. "I can't believe you asked me to help you with Amaryllis when you were just going to throw her over." "Throw her over?" "No." Alex shook his head in disbelief. "Does Amaryllis think that I was courting Sarah? How had things gotten so confusing?" He'd written to his mother about helping Sarah. How had helping an elderly woman been translated to courting another girl? "Everyone knows you were courting Sarah." Rose jiggled the baby on her hip. "You're not welcome here anymore, Alex." She turned to leave the room. "Rose, wait. Sarah was an older woman that needed me to help her with some things. She gave me odd jobs so I wouldn't have to keep working at the docks to pay my tuition. Sarah was an amazing woman, but she was 80 years old, and I thought of her as a grandmother. His voice all but pled with her to believe him. Rose turned and looked at him. That's not what your mother said. My mother told everyone I was courting Sarah? Really? He shook his head. That doesn't make any sense. She knew better. His mother had loved Amaryllis and would have been happy for them to marry when Amaryllis was 15. Rose frowned. She did? She knew exactly who Sarah was. She told Amaryllis all this? Alex couldn't believe his mother would do that. I think Amaryllis overheard her telling Higgins, or something like that. She scrunched up her face as if she were trying to remember the exact details. Alex nodded. Well, I'll just have to show her it wasn't true. He sighed. I'll convince her that I love her and only her. Now that he knew what the problem was, he could certainly make a plan to fix it. He wished she'd had faith in him, but he certainly understood. Rose looked at him for a moment. It's not going to be easy. Would she be worth it if she were easy to get? He left Rose's house with a new spring in his step. He could make it work. He knew he could. Amaryllis locked up the library and headed toward home. She was going to dinner with Lawrence in a couple of hours, but she couldn't get Alex off her mind. Seeing him after so long had made her heart beat faster. All of the old feelings had rushed inside her, and she'd thought her heart might break from loneliness. She'd been surrounded by her family and friends her entire life, but only with Alex did she not feel completely overwhelmed with loneliness. She rounded a corner, and there he was, holding out a flower to her. She pretended she didn't see him and just walked around him. She felt his breath on the back of her neck as she kept walking toward home, picking up her pace. She felt his hand on her arm and a slight push, and then next thing she knew, she was in an alley. She turned to Alex and glared. I told you earlier, I'm seeing someone else. How dare he accost her this way? Alex didn't say anything as he took the flower in his hand and tucked it behind her ear. His eyes met hers and seemed to want to devour her. He walked toward her, and she backed up slowly. What was wrong with him? Her back hit the wall of the building behind her, and he put a hand on either side of her face, his body pressed to hers. I've never loved another woman the way I love you, really. His mouth pressed to hers, the kiss wilder and more passionate than any they had shared. All of their other kisses had been kisses between virtual children. This kiss made her feel like a woman in love. She let out a small moan, her arms wrapping around his shoulders and pulling him closer. She lost all ability to think as the sensations coursed through her body. She parted her lips for his tongue, which swept into her mouth, to mate with hers. How had she gone more than 2 years without feeling him press to her this way? Alex broke the kiss, his forehead resting against hers. I need you, really. I need you in my life every day. Please, be my wife. He didn't know why he'd expected her to be waiting for him when he got home from school, but losing her was not in his plan for the future. He didn't care what it took. Amaryllis would be his bride. She stared up at him with wide eyes. His kiss had brought all the old feelings rushing back, stronger than ever before. Her green eyes stared into his brown for a moment before she pushed at his chest. Don't do this again, Alex. She turned and walked toward her house, still out of breath from the kiss. She touched her swollen lips, hoping it wasn't obvious that she'd been kissed so thoroughly. What was Alex thinking? Why would he accost me this way? What about Sarah? Has he given up on her? She felt a pang as she thought about the woman he'd spent the last 3 years with. Did he kiss her the way he just kissed me? She hurried up the stairs rather than face any of her family. Going into her bedroom, she peeked in the mirror and saw what she'd been afraid to see. Her lips looked twice their usual size, and her hair was mussed. The flower he'd tucked behind her ear was beautiful, and she plucked it out of her hair, sniffing deeply. She carefully placed it on her nightstand. It was the last gift Alex would ever give her, and she would cherish it. She changed for her outing with Lawrence, trying her best to force Alex from her mind. Why was he pursuing her so relentlessly? What was going through his mind? By the time she was ready, she could hear the knock on the door. Her sisters were getting used to seeing Lawrence around, but they never ceased to tease him when he came to get her. Especially Jasmine. What was wrong with Jasmine that she couldn't just be polite? She was 16 now. Surely she was starting to get interested in the opposite sex. As she headed down the stairs, she passed her sister Daisy, the next flower after her. Daisy smiled at her. She was only shy when she was around someone other than family. Your new beau seems nice. Amaryllis shrugged. He is nice. Was he really a beau, though? It didn't feel like it to her. They just talked and enjoyed each other's company. She rushed down the stairs and stopped to see Jasmine tormenting Lawrence as usual. So, tell me, what's it like to kiss my sister? Do her spectacles get in the way? Amaryllis pushed Jasmine out of her way as she all but shoved Lawrence out of the house. I'm sorry about Jasmine. She's been taught manners, but for some reason, she thinks she's above them. Lawrence laughed softly. I'm glad you rescued me there. I'm not at all sure what I would have said to that. With a hand at the small of her back, he led her to the buggy and she climbed in. Where are we going? Back to the restaurant? He nodded. It's the best place to talk. Amaryllis didn't mind, but she could think of places she'd rather go. Alex had never taken her to the same place over and over. He hadn't been a creature of habit the way Lawrence was. As they ate their dinner, Amaryllis watched his mouth. Would she enjoy his kisses the way she'd enjoyed Alex's? She felt none of the spark from being around him that she did from being with Alex, but that didn't mean she wouldn't enjoy his kisses, did it? When they were finished, he drove toward her house. Oh, I forgot to ask. How was your meeting with the Indians? She asked. She'd been curious about how it would go, but she'd been so distracted by thinking about Alex all evening, she'd barely been present for him. He looked over at her and smiled, passing her house. I thought we could take a drive. She nodded, not really caring what they did. Sounds fine. She enjoyed drives, and it wasn't so late her parents would worry about her. Meeting with the Indians was interesting. They certainly see the wars that have taken place between them and the white men differently than we do. He drove toward the edge of town. Of course, they do. I actually find that I sympathize a great deal with the Indians. I think they've been treated unfairly by white men who have taken over their territory. She hadn't come right out and been blunt about her feelings before, because she hadn't wanted him to brand her as an Indian sympathizer. He smiled. I knew you were one of those. She sighed, leaning back against the buckboard. I am one of those, and I'm rather proud of it. She was a little annoyed by his attitude, but as long as he would write his book fairly to the Indians, he could say what he liked. He stopped the wagon and pulled to the side of the road. I understand their point of view better than I did before, and I'll do my best to make it real in my story. Is that fair? She nodded, wondering why he'd stopped the wagon. Aren't you going to take me home? It wasn't late, but it seemed strange to be parked on the side of the road this way. She turned to look at him, trying to figure out what he was doing. He cupped her face with his hands, something he'd never done before. I wondered if you'd let me kiss you. Amaryllis nodded slowly, thinking of how Alex hadn't asked. He'd taken the kiss when he'd wanted it. She'd always thought she'd prefer a man who would be gentle and considerate of how she was feeling, but suddenly, she wished Lawrence were more like Alex. Lawrence lowered his head slowly, and his lips brushed against hers. Amaryllis waited for the flood of emotions to rush through her body, making her want nothing more than to be close to him, but it never happened. He kissed her, and it wasn't unpleasant, but it certainly wasn't something she wanted prolonged or repeated. He lifted his head and looked down at her with a smile. I think we need to be just friends. Amaryllis grinned and nodded. You are most definitely right about that. She shook her head. If I had a brother, I imagine that's what kissing him would feel like. Lawrence laughed. Probably. He turned toward the front and picked up the reins. I was hoping it would be different, but at least I have a good friend. Amaryllis was relieved he was taking it so well. She didn't want more than a friendship with him, but she didn't want his feelings hurt either. I'll take a good friend any day. She was more relaxed around him on her way back to the house, and pleased they'd gotten the kiss over with. Now she would be more comfortable when they spent time together, knowing that he was just a friend and would never be anything more. Her mother would be aghast that she'd already kissed 2 men, but she didn't think she needed to be as old-fashioned as her mother was. He walked her to her door as usual. "Thank you for dinner. We'll do it again soon. I'll see you tomorrow at the library." He squeezed her hand as he headed back to the buggy. He turned, got into his buggy, and left while she sat on the front porch swing, staring out at the street. Within moments she felt the swing hitch, and she turned, expecting to see one of her sisters. "Who was that?" Alex demanded. Amaryllis shrugged. "I told you I was seeing someone." She deliberately let him think there was more between her and Lawrence than there was. She needed him to leave her alone. "Him?" There was a sneer in Alex's voice. "What do you see in him?" "He's always been kind to me." Amaryllis shrugged as if that were enough for her. "I've always been kind to you. When you were with me, maybe." She stared straight ahead, refusing to look at him. He had a day's growth of beard on his face, and she wanted to lean over and touch it. It was better that she not look at him at all. "He's always a perfect gentleman. He helps me into the buggy, and is pleasant to me. We have a lot in common. He's a writer." Alex discounted all that, his hand taking hers. She tried to pull her hand away, but he wouldn't allow it. "Does he make your heart beat faster? When he kisses you, do you feel like your whole body is on fire? Because that's what you feel when you're with me." He stared down at her in the moonlight, daring her to argue with him. Amaryllis shook her head to deny what she felt for Alex. "Stop it, Alex. Did you forget? Do you need to be reminded of how I make you feel, really?" She turned to him, tears glistening in her eyes. "I don't want you in my life anymore, Alex. I want to move on, find someone who will really love me." "I really love you." She shook her head. "No, you don't. You love the idea of the young girl I used to be. You don't even know me now." Alex looked at her sadly. "I want to know who you are now. Give me a chance, really. That man's not good enough for you." She stared at him in disbelief. "He's not good enough for me, but you are? You gave up on me. You didn't care enough about me to make our relationship work, and he's not good enough for me?" She wrenched her hand from his and ran to the back of the house into the garden. She didn't want to talk to her family in the state she was in. She wandered through the huge garden, finding solace in the quiet of the well-organized plants. She went back to the garden her mother had made for her. It was too late in the year for amaryllises to be in bloom, but she found this area still gave her a sense of calm she could get from nowhere else. What was going on with Alex? Had he really given up on Sarah and was coming back to her? She couldn't help but wonder if he'd never meant for her to find out about Sarah, and he was just going to see the other woman until he'd finished college, and then he planned to come home to her. Did it matter? She sighed. "Of course it matters," a little voice told her. "If he abandoned me once for another woman, he could easily do it again. What if I had a child to worry about? I can't go down that road with him again." Alex followed her to the garden and stood to one side watching as she sat looking so forlorn on a benchway to the back. On one hand he wanted to rush to her and explain exactly what had happened with Sarah, so she would understand everything, but on the other, he wanted her to trust him completely. Why had she given up on him so quickly? Wasn't he worth fighting for? He desperately wanted to talk to her, but she wasn't ready to hear him, and the talk he wanted to have would not be appropriate for her parents' back garden. He had to get her alone to make her realize he was the only man who should be with her for the rest of her life. They were soulmates, and he wasn't giving up on them. It would just take a bit of careful planning, but he'd make her understand, because life wasn't worth living without Amaryllis at his side. Alex planned carefully how he'd get her alone. He couldn't just grab her from the library and drag her back to his home, but he knew she walked past his office on her way home every day, so he thought carefully about how he'd handle it. He waited outside his office at 5 the following afternoon, knowing she'd be coming that way any moment. He stayed hidden under the awning of the building so she wouldn't see him when she walked past. As soon as he spotted her, he stepped forward, grabbed her hand and dragged her into his office, not saying a word to her. He shut the door behind them both and locked it, pocketing the key. Amaryllis spun around to see who had grabbed her, her eyes full of fear. When she saw it was Alex, she shook her head and tried the door, even though she'd seen him lock it. "Let me out, Alex. My family is going to miss me. We need to talk." She sighed. "We've tried talking several times, and it's just not working for us. You need to just give up and realize that there's no future for us, so you won't even discuss it with me?" He stared down at her, his eyes sad but determined. She shook her head. "I just want to go home, Alex." She felt herself pulled toward him more and more, but she couldn't give in to it. He wasn't the man she thought she knew, and she refused to waste her time on a man who wasn't going to be good for her. "Okay, we won't talk then." He slowly took a step toward her. She expected him to unlock the door, but instead, he wrapped his arms around her. He lowered his head until his mouth was an inch above hers before whispering, "If you don't want to talk, then we'll communicate in the one way that never fails." He kissed her as he'd never kissed her before, his tongue tracing her lips, his hands gentle, as they explored her curves under her dress. She gasped against his mouth, and he took the opportunity to stroke his tongue inside to join with hers. She tried to take a step back, but his hands were firmly on her bottom, and she couldn't back up at all. He pulled her even closer until her body was flush against his. Her breasts were flattened against his chest, and she felt her heart beat faster. She loved the feel of his hands on her body. She put her arms around his neck and pulled him down closer, all thoughts leaving her mind. She returned his kiss with all she was worth, loving the feeling of excitement rushing through her. He took one step forward until her back was against the wall, his hands stroking up and down her sides, through her layers of clothing. His lips kissed a trail down her neck, all the while mumbling sweet words. "I missed you. I need you." She put her hands on his shoulders, to push him away at the same time as she tilted her head to the side to give him better access to her neck. She groaned, her hands trailing up and down his back. She wanted to feel his skin against her fingertips. He was wearing a brown suit with a black tie, so she couldn't get to his body. She moved one hand under his jacket and pulled him closer. Every time he kissed her she wanted more and more from him. Why couldn't she resist this man? Alex felt her hand under his jacket and smiled, knowing she wanted him as much as he wanted her. His fingers went to the front of her gown, and he carefully undid each of the buttons there. He pushed her dress off her shoulders, without ever breaking the kiss. Amaryllis could think of nothing except touching his skin. She pushed his jacket off his shoulders, and her hands went up to untie his cravat. Once both were disposed of, she unbuttoned his shirt. Her hands immediately went to the flesh she'd bared, rubbing her hands against the light covering of hair there. He groaned deep in his throat, running his hands over her undergarments. His lips left hers, and he kissed across her cheek and down to her neck. She let out a small moan, arching her head to the side as she felt his lips kissing her so sweetly. She pushed his shirt off his shoulders, her hands rubbing his shoulders and back muscles. In the back of her mind, she knew they were doing something wrong, but it felt so good, she couldn't make herself stop. When he moved the shoulder strap of her petticoat to one side, she sucked in a breath as her flesh seemed to ignite wherever he touched her. No one had ever warned her that it would feel so good when a man touched her bare flesh. How had she gone her whole life without knowing that? Amaryllis was startled when Alex put a hand behind her knees and swept her into his arms, carrying her through the office to another room she hadn't realized was there. She didn't take the time to look around her, just held tight to him as he lowered her carefully onto a bed. She laid there staring up at him in just her petticoat. He shrugged his shirt off his shoulders, before following her down onto the bed. He lay on his side and stroked her breast through the thin material that was her only protection from his fingers. She arched into his hand, thrilled by his touch. Her fingers wound through his dark hair, and she moaned softly. She gloried in the feel of Alex touching her. She'd loved him for so long, it suddenly didn't matter to her what had happened in the past. She needed his touch, and for this small moment in time, she was going to take what she needed. She felt an ache building between her thighs. She knew it was wrong, but she wanted him to touch her there. Did he know how to stop the ache? Alex cupped her face in his hands and began kissing her again, his tongue invading her mouth to mate with hers. His hands never stilled, touching her breasts, her shoulders, her neck. He was intoxicated by her soft skin, and what had begun as a deliberate seduction was now so much more. Her hands made him feel as if he were the one seduced. He couldn't stop himself from touching her and kissing her. She was his, and had been for years. When Alex pushed her petticoat off her shoulder and down over her body, she was laid bare to him. His tongue traced around the tip of her nipple, before drawing her tightly drawn bud between his lips. She arched in shock, pressing up to his mouth. She'd never dreamed that a man would suckle at her breast the same way a babe did. Amaryllis couldn't keep her hands still as she moved them over Alex's bare back. His hard body fascinated her. She'd never seen a man bared to the waist before, and she was fascinated by the differences in their bodies. His hand slid down across her stomach and nudged her thighs apart, startling her, but she spread her legs for him willingly. She wanted to tell him how much she was aching there, but couldn't find the words. Instead she arched into his fingers as they pressed between her thighs. He was making her feel so good. His thumb settled onto her pleasure button while his forefinger found its way into her depths, pressing deep within her. She let out a shocked cry, and her wide eyes stared into his as he held himself over her. He slowly lowered his lips to hers once again, kissing her with a passion she'd never felt. How could it be more intense every time he touched her? He moved his finger inside her, making sure she was ready for him, and trying to make the experience as easy for her as he could. His lips toyed with hers, his tongue mating with her own. Her hands gripped his shoulders, digging her nails into him without even realizing it. He lifted his head and looked into her eyes. "I love you, Amaryllis. I've never known a woman I could love half as much as I love you." He bit back the words he wanted to say. He wanted to ask her to be his wife, but he was unwilling to ruin the mood. He had to finish this before he went up in flames. He moved to the side of the bed, and removed his trousers, before slipping back into bed and moving to cover her body. He pressed his lips to hers as he gently guided his member to her opening and pressed deep, swallowing her startled cry of pain. He lifted his head, watching her carefully, hoping she would be past the pain quickly so he could move inside her as he wanted to. He used his hands on her body to slowly stoke the fire she had felt just moments before. As soon as she arched up to him, he took it as permission to begin moving inside her, stroking deep. Within moments she was moaning beneath him, and he was moving with quick, even strokes, driving them both toward completion. Amaryllis stared up into Alex's eyes, knowing that she would never allow another man to do this to her. Alex was the only man who could ever make her feel this way, and she was happy to be in his arms. She could feel something building deep inside her, and wanted Alex to help her find it, whatever it was. She moved with his thrusts, clenching him to her. Finally, she broke apart, and her body seemed to explode. She let out a little moan of pleasure, and held to him as he moved into her a few more times, before collapsing atop her. She lay under him, stroking his hair, now damp with sweat, away from his face, thinking about how badly he needed a haircut. His face was buried in her neck, and she loved the feel of his weight on her body. After a moment, he rolled to her side, pulling her into his arms and cradling her head on his shoulder. He stroked his hand up and down her back slowly, until they both fell asleep. Her last thought was that she was glad to know this happiness, even if it was the only time she would ever experience it. Chapter 3. Amaryllis woke, startled at the feel of an arm wrapped tightly around her waist. She slept alone, and had since Lily had moved from the house and left an empty bedroom. It was one of the perks of being the oldest daughter still living at home. But who was touching her? She rolled to see Alex's profile in the evening light drifting through the curtained window. She reached out and stroked his cheek, unable to help herself, before she got to her feet and quickly dressed, her cheeks a bright red. How could she have done this with him? She watched him carefully, dressing as quietly as she could in the fading sunlight, creeping into the dark room. He stirred and turned to her. She had pulled on her petticoat, but nothing more. She stood staring at him, wishing he would drift back to sleep. "Where you going?" he asked, his voice heavy with sleep. He held a hand out to her. "Come back here and let me hold you." His hair was mussed, and he looked more handsome to her than he ever had before. The sheet was pulled over his waist, but just barely, and she loved how the hair narrowed to a triangle as it disappeared under the sheet. She shook her head frantically. "I have to get home. My family will be worried about me." She rushed to his office and picked up her wrinkled dress from the floor, pulling it over her head. He followed her into the office, moving silently. She was shocked to see him when she turned and jumped, her hand going to her chest in surprise. He was totally nude, and she made her eyes stay on his shoulders. She couldn't force herself to meet his eyes. "You'll marry me now, really?" He pulled her against him. She pushed away from him. "No, Alex. I can't." She started to open the door, but he caught her arm. "You have to. You could be carrying my baby." She hadn't thought of that, and turned back to him in surprise. "If that happens, we'll talk about it then." She turned to leave, taking the doorknob again. "Really, I don't care if you're pregnant or not. I want to marry you. I want you in my life forever." His voice was low, but insistent. She shook her head. "I can't marry a man I don't trust." "I'm sorry." She tried the knob, but realized he'd locked it. "Give me the key." He stared down at her, his eyes grim. "I'll make you a deal. If you kiss me one last time and still want to go, I'll give you the key." She stared up into his eyes and flushed. She shook her head. "Please just give me the key, Alex." She didn't want to kiss him again and end up back in a storm of emotions. He reached down to his suit jacket on the floor and pulled the key from the pocket, clenching it tightly in his fist. One kiss, really. He knew it was a last-ditch effort to get her to see that she loved him, and he knew that even if she left, he could go talk to her father, and the marriage would happen against her will, but he didn't want that to have to happen. He loved her. How could he force her to marry him? She sighed heavily and moved closer to him. Keeping her lips pressed tightly together, she pressed her lips against his. He moved a hand beneath her hair, which was wild, hanging half off over her shoulders and half still in the tight bun from the morning, and held her to him. He deepened the kiss and felt her sagging against him. Even she couldn't deny the passion that was there. When their lips finally parted, she pulled away from him and held her hand out for the key. He dropped it into her hand before turning to put clothes on. He'd have to figure out what to do. What choice had she left him? He couldn't let her go. Amaryllis walked slowly through the quiet streets. It wasn't raining for once, and she was thrilled. She didn't pay attention to where she was walking, but she found herself in front of her oldest sister Rose's house, before too much time had passed. She sighed as she knocked on the door. Hopefully she would catch Rose before Sean got home, and they could talk about how she was feeling. She desperately needed her sister's advice. Rose opened the door herself, and after taking a long look at Amaryllis, she opened the door wide. Rose said nothing as she led her sister down the hall and into the small parlor she used for entertaining her friends. "You'd better tell me what happened, Amaryllis, because you look like you've been with a man." Amaryllis sank down onto the small sofa and let her tears fall. "I was with Alex." She knew her sister would interpret her words the correct way, and know just what she'd done. Rose didn't say anything, but she looked relieved. "You'll have to marry him now." Amaryllis shook her head as she watched her sister. "I can't marry someone I don't trust." How could she make people understand that? She couldn't trust Alex not to run to another woman when she was pregnant or had small children to feed. "What if you're expecting? You can't raise a baby without a father." Amaryllis shrugs. "If I'm expecting, then I'll marry him. I pray that's not the case. No child should have to be raised in a household where his parents don't trust each other." Rose sighed. "Why don't you trust him?" "Sarah?" She said the name in a sarcastic tone of voice like she would have used when she was 10. There was something about being with her siblings that brought out the child in her. I don't think Sarah is anyone to worry about. He came back to you. Rose looked like she was hiding something, but Amaryllis wasn't willing to press her on it. She wanted her sister firmly on her side, and it didn't feel like that was going to happen. Amaryllis sighed. I should have known you'd take his side. Rose shook her head, her blonde hair bouncing. It's not that I'm taking his side. I just want you to be happy. Then you understand why I can't possibly marry Alex. No, I really don't. I think that the two of you belong together. You used to say you and Alex were soulmates. Amaryllis shook her head, confused. Well, we are, or were. I don't know anymore. I want to forget about him, but I just can't. He kisses me, and my knees go weak. Is that wrong of me? Rose shook her head, leaning forward to take Amaryllis's hand in hers. No, it's not wrong, as long as you're married to him. You need to give him another chance and marry him. You can't risk Mama and Papa's reputation with an out-of-wedlock baby. Amaryllis shook her head adamantly. But I don't trust him. How many times did she have to say that before someone understood her? Rose shrugged. I trusted Sean with everything inside me when I married him, but I shouldn't have. I can now, of course. I think Alex is a lot more trustworthy than Sean was. Marry him. Amaryllis sighed. I thought you of all people would be on my side, Rose. I am on your side. I want you to be happy, and I can't see you happy with anyone but Alex. Rose paused for a moment as if she were thinking. I know you've been seeing someone else. Does he make you feel like Alex does? Amaryllis shrugged. Well, no, he kissed me, and it was boring. She hated admitting that she preferred Alex's kisses as she was trying to get her sister's agreement that she shouldn't marry him, but she wasn't about to lie to her either. And when Alex kisses you? Amaryllis blushed. I can't seem to control how I feel about Alex. He kisses me once, and I want to rip his clothes off so I can touch his skin. She looked down at her hands after admitting that shameful fact. Rose laughed softly. You need to marry Alex. You need to marry Alex yesterday. Amaryllis stood. I'll think about it. Rose looked at her sister. You need to fix your hair before you leave, really. It's obviously been mussed. Amaryllis walked over to the mirror on the wall and peered into it. Rose was right. Her hair was falling down around her shoulders. She quickly fixed it back into the tight bun she wore and headed for the door. Thanks for talking to me. Rose nodded, hugging her sister quickly. I'm here for you. Amaryllis walked toward home, knowing it was late enough that her parents would be worried. She rushed through the streets, hoping they wouldn't ask where she'd been. She could honestly answer that she'd gone to her sister's house, but she didn't want to start telling half-truths to her parents. Alex knocked on the door of the battered women's home where his mother and stepfather worked and lived. When the door was opened by his mother, Mildred, he stepped inside, hugging her close. He had been in a hurry to see Amaryllis, and hadn't stopped to see his mother or stepfather in the time he'd been back in town. Is John here? He asked, knowing his mother wouldn't be pleased he wanted to see his stepfather but not her. Mildred made a face. John? No, I missed you, Mama. Alex grinned. I missed you, Mama. I really need to talk to John, though. I need some advice. About women. Well, of course, I couldn't help with that, not being a woman or anything. He could hear the sarcasm dripping from her voice. Alex closed his eyes. Please, Mama? Mildred shook her head at him. I'll go get him. Wait in the office. John Higgins, Alex's stepfather, kept an office in the battered women's shelter where he lived with his wife. Alex had lived there with them before he'd gone off to college. Alex went into the office and took a seat at the chair in front of the desk where he knew John would sit. He just hoped the older man would listen to his troubles and give him advice without censuring him. He knew he'd been wrong to rush Amaryllis into intimacy, but he'd been sure that if they'd had relations, she would see that she needed to marry him. John came into the room and closed the door behind him before pulling Alex to his feet and into a tight hug. "We missed you while you were away, son." Alex clung to the man who had been more of a father to him than his own father. John had witnessed him accidentally kill his father when his father had hit his mother. He'd helped him through it and had talked to the police for him, instead of forcing him to stand alone. Then the following day, John had asked Mildred to marry him and had acted as if Alex was the son he'd always wanted. There had been no bad feelings between them, as he'd heard there often was between a man and his stepchildren. John walked around the desk and took the chair behind it. "Your mom said you wanted to talk about women, and she wasn't qualified?" Alex sighed. "I hope I didn't hurt Mama's feelings, but I needed to talk to you, not her." He looked down at his hands. "You know that Amaryllis told me she was no longer interested in being my sweetheart 2 years ago. Somehow I still had in the back of my mind that we'd end up married. I just needed to finish school, and I'd come home with flowers, and she'd fall into my arms." He laughed at himself. "It's not quite working out that way." John frowned. "I didn't realize you were even still interested in marrying Amaryllis. I've thought of her every day. I dream of her every night." He leaned back in the chair. "I got back in town, rented a small office with an apartment attached so I'd have a place to live, and went to see her. She was out with another man." He shook his head. "That should have been my first clue. I hadn't heard she was seeing anyone." Alex shrugged. He knew his stepfather would have been asked to investigate if Amaryllis was anywhere close to marriage. "Honestly, I don't think it's serious." He stared at his stepfather, trying to get the courage up to admit what he'd done. "I went to see her at the library, and she said she didn't want to have anything to do with me ever again. I left, but only to make a plan. I've gone to see her several times since I've been home." John nodded. "That doesn't surprise me. You wouldn't give up on her if you still had your mind set on marrying her. I grabbed her and pulled her into my office when she was on her way home today. I knew she walked right in front of it, but she didn't even know it was mine, so I waited under the awning where she wouldn't be able to see me, and grabbed her arm and pulled her inside." His eyes met John's evenly. "I locked the door so she couldn't get out." John's eyes widened. "You didn't hurt her, did you?" "Of course not. I kissed her. I had in my head that if I could just show her how much feeling there was between us, she'd fall into my arms and tell me she'd be pleased to be my wife." John smiled. "Didn't work out that way, did it?" Alex shook his head. "No, even after we made love, she's still determined that she won't marry me." "Made love?" John frowned. "Before you were married?" Alex hung his head as he nodded. "Yes, before marriage. I didn't really expect it to go that far, but I have to admit, I hoped it would." He pushed a stray lock of hair off his forehead. "We both fell asleep, but when we woke, I asked her if she'd marry me. She got dressed and left. Nothing I said swayed her at all." John sighed. "So now what?" "That's what I'm trying to decide. I've half a mind to go admit to her father what I've done, because I know he would force the wedding, but I don't know that I want to start a marriage with a reluctant wife either." John seemed to think about the problem for a moment. "Well, do you think she loves you? Do you think you could eventually convince her that you did the right thing by forcing her into marriage?" Alex nodded. "I don't think that Amaryllis would be intimate with a man she didn't love." John sat watching his son, contemplating the problem. "I think you have two choices. You can continue to try to convince her that you love her and will be faithful to her, and that the two of you belong together, which is probably the safest way, but it's certainly not the fastest. Or you can go to her father and explain what's happened. He'll force her to marry you, and you'll have her now. I can't promise he won't shoot you, but I don't think he would. She may never forgive you, though." Alex sighed. "That's what I'm worried about. I don't want to start our marriage with her hating me." John shook his head. "You need to make a decision. I'll stand by you either way. You don't want her to have your child out of wedlock either way." "I know. How would you and Mama feel about having a grandchild?" John grinned widely. I can't think of anything we'd like more. Alex got to his feet. Thank you. Have you made a decision? John unfolded his lanky frame from his chair. His only child had died many years before, and he thought of Alex as his son. Not yet. I'll walk and think. Alex walked toward the front door. Tell Mama, I'll come see her soon. John shook his head. You're not even going to let her feed you a piece of pie? Not tonight, I understand why, but you'll need to make it up to her soon. Alex smiled wearily. I will. I promise. He went to the front door and left, walking slowly toward his office, trying to make his decision. Did he force Amaryllis into marriage and incur her wrath? Or did he wait and try to convince her they belonged together? When Amaryllis got within sight of the house, she realized there was someone walking behind her. She sped up her footsteps, not wanting to be caught alone on the streets. Seattle wasn't a dangerous place, but any place could be dangerous for a young woman out alone after dark. She realized the steps had followed her up the walk to her house and turned to see who was behind her. Alex. I don't want to see you. Alex shook his head slowly. I'm here to see your father. Not you. Until that moment, he hadn't been sure if he wanted to talk to him or try to convince her one more time to just marry him. My father? What business do you have with him? Alex shrugged, avoiding her gaze. He and I need to have a talk. About what? She looked at him, trying to figure out what he would talk to her father about. Not about what happened between us? Alex met her eyes. Yes, about what happened between us. You're not listening to reason, really. We need to get married now. Things got out of hand between us earlier, and you could be carrying my child. Amaryllis stomped her foot. I will marry you if I find out I'm carrying. Enough babies are born early that no one would think a thing of it. Alex put his hand on her arm. But it's not just if you're carrying. When you marry a man has a right to expect to be his bride's first. His hand went to her cheek as he stared into her blue eyes. You can't give another man your first time. I took that choice from you this afternoon. We have to marry. He wanted desperately to be able to talk her into it, so her father wouldn't have to get involved. He didn't want to do that to her. No, we don't. I can't marry a man I don't trust, Alex. And I don't trust you. Not at all. You gave up the right to make that choice when you let me touch you today. I love you with everything inside me, and I want to be the man who holds you every night. Give me the chance to prove to you that we belong together. Amaryllis closed her eyes against the storm of emotions flooding through her. I can't marry you, Alex. It wouldn't work out between us. She felt one tear trickle down her cheek and hoped he wouldn't notice in the dark. He reached out and brushed her tear away with his thumb. I'll never make you cry again. I promise. Please, just give me a chance to show you how much I love you and that I can be trusted. I need that from you. He pulled her to him with his free hand, brushing her lips with the softest kiss she'd ever felt. The door opened with a bang. Amaryllis. What are you thinking standing here on the front step, kissing a man you're not even engaged to? Fred Sullivan's eyes were angry as he stared down at his daughter. Papa, it's not what it looks like, she protested. Fred glared at her. You're not standing on my front step in a wrinkled gown with your hair mussed and your lips swollen from kisses in the arms of a young man? Because that's what it looks like to me. Papa, please, let me explain. Amaryllis's mind raced as she tried to come up with an explanation for her behavior. How could she explain the obvious away? You'll go to your room and wait until you're called. Fred shook his head at her. And you? You're coming with me. He pointed at Alex, obviously angry with him as well. Amaryllis didn't go to her room and instead went in search of her mother as soon as the two men were closed off in her father's study. She needed to have someone on her side, and Mary would surely agree that she didn't want her daughter to be forced to live with a man she couldn't trust. She rushed through the house and found her mother in the parlor with her younger sisters. Mary took one look at Amaryllis and sent the others from the room. Sit down and talk to me. Mary's eyes noted the rumpled dress and the swollen lips as well as the eyes still red from tears. Amaryllis sat on the sofa beside her mother, uncertain how to begin the conversation she needed to have. She stared at her hands in her lap as she wrung them together. "Did someone hurt you, really?" Amaryllis shook her head, the tears starting to fall again. What had she been thinking to do that without being married? "No, Mama. I did something I shouldn't have." Mary's eyes widened with understanding. "Did you see Lawrence after you left the library?" Amaryllis gave a half-laugh and her eyes met her mother's for the first time since she'd gotten home. "No, I saw Alex." Mary shook her head slowly. "Not Alex Anderson? I thought you two had broken up." "We did. He's been back in town, and I've seen him a few times, just run into him. And today, well, Mama, he's talking to Papa and I don't want to be forced to marry him." "You won't let that happen, will you?" Her eyes pled with her mother to help her. Mary sighed. "There are consequences for your actions, really. You should have come straight home from work like you usually do." Amaryllis stared down at her hands. "He grabbed me and kissed me, and whenever he kisses me, I just feel things. I can't stop. I know what we did was wrong, but I shouldn't have to suffer the rest of my life for it. You could be carrying his child. I'll stand behind whatever your papa says, but I think marriage is in order." Mary got to her feet and walked to the doorway. "I'll go get the dinner we saved for you. You'll need to have strength for the conversation your father is going to have with you." "Mama, are you disappointed in me?" Mary sighed. "I'm disappointed in your actions, but never in you. You're wonderful, just as you are." She hurried from the room. Amaryllis sat with a half-smile on her face. She knew a lot of mothers would be angry and yelling at their child. She had new respect for the woman who had raised her. Chapter 4. Amaryllis ate a small portion of the pot roast and vegetables her mother had saved for her. Mary kept her company as she ate, knowing the agony her third daughter was in as she worried about what was being said between her father and Alex. Mary could see the emotions flitting across her face, and she kept glancing over her shoulder as if she was expecting to hear gunshots. When Jasmine came to the dining room and found her sister there, Amaryllis could see the gleeful grin on her face and wanted to vomit. "Papa's looking for you." Amaryllis pushed her plate away, even though it was barely touched. She looked at her mother. "Will you come with me?" Mary shook her head. "You have to face these consequences on your own." She squeezed Amaryllis's hand as she stood to leave the dining room. Amaryllis took a deep breath and walked through the quiet house to her father's office. She opened the door and walked just inside, standing there waiting to hear what her father had to say to her. "Sit down, Amaryllis." Her father's eyes were sad but no longer angry as they had been earlier. Amaryllis took the empty chair beside Alex, because it was the one her father had indicated. She sat quietly looking at her hands, afraid to say anything. "Alex told me what happened this evening. You obviously care for him, or you wouldn't have allowed him those liberties with your body. You'll marry him this Saturday." Amaryllis shook her head. "I won't, Papa. I don't trust him." Fred leaned back in his chair, obviously astonished that Amaryllis was arguing with him over something so important. "You will. You made a choice today, and you have to live with that choice. By allowing him to touch you, you agreed that he was the man you want to spend your life with." Amaryllis looked up for the first time since she'd entered the room. "But, Papa, I didn't make a choice. I was on my way home from work, and he grabbed me and pulled me into his office." She couldn't help but protest. Her father thought she'd actually deliberately gone with the man for the purpose of having relations with him, and that's not what had happened. Fred leaned forward, his elbows on his desk as he looked between Alex and Amaryllis. "Are you saying he forced you?" Amaryllis knew that lying would be the only way she could get out of the mess she was in, but she couldn't do that to Alex. "No, Papa. He just didn't give me time to think. He started kissing me, and I lost my head." She looked down in shame. "You'll marry him then. Alex tells me he has a law practice and a small apartment attached to his office." We'll have the pastor come on Saturday, and the two of you will marry with only family here. We'll put it around that you saw each other again and decided you couldn't wait because you loved each other so much. Amaryllis glared at Alex out of the corner of her eye. He reached over to take her hand. I love you. I'll make you as happy as I possibly can. Please don't be angry. She refused to look at him, shocked that he had taken it this far and gotten her father to force a marriage when he knew it wasn't what she wanted. Fred sighed. Go ahead, Alex. Alex stood and walked around her chair, dropping to one knee beside her. In his hand, he held a ring. Amaryllis, I love you more than I've ever dreamed it was possible to love someone. I want nothing more than to be your husband. Will you marry me and let me spend the rest of my life proving to you how much I care about you? She crossed her arms over her chest and turned her head away. It was a proposal like she'd always dreamed of, but it wasn't right because she didn't trust him. Yes, she loved him. She had to admit that to herself at least. She never would have made love with a man she didn't love. She wasn't ready to marry him though, so she remained silent. Fred leaned forward. Your answer is yes, Amaryllis. Say it and get on with it. Amaryllis sighed, the anger in her eyes shooting daggers at Alex. Yes. She knew she sounded frustrated, but she didn't care. She was frustrated. She watched as Alex slipped a ring on her finger. Alex looked to Fred. May I kiss her now? Fred laughed and mumbled something about closing the stall after the horse got out as he left the room, leaving the young affianced couple alone together. Amaryllis shook her head. No, you may not kiss me now. Thank you so much for asking me and not my father. As far as I'm concerned, I'm never kissing you again. Alex grinned, took the hand he still held, and pulled her to her feet. But I like kissing you, and you like kissing me. Whether you'll admit it right now or not. He lowered his head to hers and kissed her softly, a sweet kiss to seal their engagement. He lifted his head and looked at the open door, seeing Jasmine standing there watching them. Kissing is disgusting, you know. Have you considered that really you're just sharing your spit with each other? Jasmine was 16 now, but still hadn't really discovered boys, which was a good thing. There was no telling what Jasmine would do when she discovered boys. Alex smiled. I know. I guess her spectacles don't get in the way like I thought they would. Jasmine made her announcement as if everyone in the world was waiting for her opinion on whether or not spectacles made kissing more difficult. Alex chuckled softly. You sure do know how to make a marriage proposal more interesting, Jasmine. He kept Amaryllis's hands in his to keep her close to him even as he focused his attention on her younger sister. Marriage proposal? How come she's marrying you when she's been going to dinner with Lawrence? That doesn't make sense. Jasmine made a face. I came back to town, and she forgot all about him, I guess. The look on Alex's face dared Amaryllis to argue with him. Amaryllis nodded. That's exactly what happened. How could I think of anyone else when Alex has always held my heart in his hand? She smiled sweetly up at Alex, brushing her lips against his. Then why did you go to dinner with Lawrence so much? Amaryllis ignored the look in Alex's eyes as she turned her attention on her sister. He was a friend who knew no one else in town. I felt badly for him. That doesn't mean I stopped loving Alex. Alex cupped her cheek with his hand. Go away, Jasmine. I'm going to kiss your sister again. Fine, I'm leaving. As soon as Jasmine said the words and stomped off, Amaryllis pulled away from Alex. Alex raised an eyebrow at her. What was that about? Jasmine is, well, she's Jasmine. I don't want to have to live with her knowing that I was forced to marry and didn't choose this. I'd rather she thought I was deliriously happy. Alex sighed. I'd rather you be deliriously happy. She shrugged. That's not going to happen married to you. I told you how I felt, and you pushed it anyway. She walked to the front door and opened it, making it obvious she was ready for him to leave. I guess I'll see you Saturday. Mary walked up behind them. Amaryllis, is there an announcement you want to make? I've got tea and cookies at the table for all of us if you two would like to share your news with the family. Amaryllis sighed. Jasmine knows, so the whole world is already aware, I'm certain. Amaryllis. Mary quietly said her daughter's name, letting her know that her answer was unacceptable. Amaryllis smiled at Alex. Would you like to stay for tea and cookies so we can tell the whole family our joyful news? Her words were spoken sarcastically, but he just laughed. I'd love to. Alex followed her into the dining room where he'd eaten on several occasions when the family had gotten together with Harriet and her husband Max, as well as his parents and him. Amaryllis took one of the seats on the side of the table, and Alex took the seat beside her. He squeezed her hand under the table, and it became a small game of tug-of-war as she tried to get him to loosen his grip and let her go. Mary noticed the fight and frowned at Amaryllis, shaking her head slightly. Amaryllis sighed and gave up, letting him hold her hand. When all of her sisters, minus the two who were on their own, and her parents were at the table, Fred looked at them with a smile. Amaryllis and Alex have news for us all. Amaryllis stayed quiet, refusing to say the words. She knew Alex would handle it. He was the one excited about getting married after all. Alex got to his feet and smiled down at Amaryllis, wishing she'd look at him. If she wanted her sisters to think she was happy about their marriage, she needed to put on a better act. Amaryllis has agreed to be my wife. We're getting married Saturday. Even Jasmine was stunned by that news. Mary had obviously already been informed, because she just smiled. Saturday? Why so soon? Jasmine asked. What aren't you telling me? At 16, Jasmine was very suspicious of fast weddings. You're not pregnant, are you, really? Amaryllis shook her head adamantly. No, I'm not pregnant. I've just loved Alex for a lot of years. Why wouldn't I marry him quickly? Jasmine still looked like she knew something was going on, but she didn't say anything else about it. Whatever you say, really. Daisy, at 17, smiled at Amaryllis. I'm happy for you. You and Alex deserve each other. Amaryllis just kept smiling through all the congratulations. She wanted Alex to leave so she could go to her room and have a good cry. They took their time over the cookies, and Alex kept giving her loving glances. She did her best to at least look like she liked him, but she was so angry with him, she didn't even want to be in the same room with him unless it was to spit on him. Saturday. She was going to marry him Saturday. They were going to live in his tiny apartment, which was fine, but she couldn't cook. She'd never learned to clean. How were they going to live? She closed her eyes and didn't think about it. She hoped it would be a slow 3 days. When she finally led Alex to the door at the end of the evening, she knew her sisters were watching from their windows, so she walked him outside. She sighed as she looked at him. I guess you'd better kiss me goodnight, so my sisters will still have all their romantic illusions. Alex frowned. How about I kiss you because we both enjoy it so much? Amaryllis's eyes dropped to his lips, and she thought about how good his lips and touch made her feel. I think it's better if we do it just because my sisters are watching. He shook his head as he pulled her into his arms. I'm going to kiss you because I like to touch you. He stopped with his lips an inch from hers. And you do, too. Amaryllis sucked in a breath as his lips touched hers. She wanted to keep the kiss light, because she was still angry, but as soon as his tongue stroked along her lips, she opened her mouth for more. Her arms went around him, and she kissed him with all the passion that had built up inside her while they'd sat together holding hands, and her sisters had laughed about their quick marriage. Her stomach fluttered, and she again felt tingling in her woman's place that was still sore from earlier. She pulled him closer, actually looking forward to one aspect of being married to him. He may not be trustworthy, but he could make her body sing. Finally, he pulled his mouth from hers, resting his forehead on her own. I love you, really. I'm going to make you the happiest woman in Seattle. Alex came by the library to see Amaryllis right before close the following afternoon. I'm going to see my parents tonight so I can tell them about the wedding. I've talked to the pastor, and he'll be at your house at 2 for the ceremony. Amaryllis sighed. Okay. Thanks for giving me the time of the wedding. She put down the small stack of books she had been working on shelving and picked up the book she was reading to take home with her. I'll let Mama know. I want you to come with me to tell my parents. I need them to think we're both happy about this, just like you needed your sisters to think we're happy. His eyes dared her to argue with him. I'd really rather not. His parents both knew about Sarah and that Alex had betrayed her. How could she possibly smile at them and tell them she wanted to marry their son who she couldn't trust? I'd rather you did. Please, really. I'm not asking for anything else from you. Make this my wedding gift. Amaryllis shrugged. Fine. I'll walk over with you. She wouldn't hurt his parents for the world. Thank you. His eyes bored into hers. This means a lot to me. I like your parents, she answered honestly, trying to give the impression that she was doing it only for his parents' sake and not for his. She couldn't let him get close. That was her biggest fear about being married to him. She couldn't let him know how she felt about him. She locked the door to the library, and they walked through the busy streets to the battered women's shelter. When his mother opened the door and saw the two of them together, she immediately had tears in her eyes. Amaryllis, it's so good to see you. She pulled the younger girl into her embrace. What are you two doing here? She was so obviously excited just to see them show up at her door together. Amaryllis knew she had to convince her she was in love. Alex smiled at his mother, thrilled that she was so happy to see Amaryllis. His mother had always had a fondness for his fiancée, and he was thrilled to be able to tell her they were getting married. Is John around? He asked, wanting to give them the news together. Mildred looked at him. Are you going to ignore me and talk to John all night again? Alex laughed. No, I just want him here as well. Mildred nodded. I'll run and get him. Amaryllis? Why don't you put some coffee on? I just baked a cake. Amaryllis went to the kitchen and opened the cupboards to get the coffee beans down, putting them in the grinder automatically. Coffee was the one thing she was adept at making, but only because Mildred had taught her while she volunteered there. Alex leaned against the counter watching her as she carefully measured the grounds and put them into the pot. I didn't know you could make coffee, he told her. Don't get too excited. Making coffee is really the only thing I know how to do around the house other than embroider. I'm going to be a useless wife. She knew he was planning on basing most of his practice on helping the battered women in the area, so she envisioned a life of poverty. They hadn't discussed her continued work with the library, but she assumed he would make her quit. She didn't bring it up, because she wanted to be able to work for as long as she could. Not necessarily for the small amount of money it brought in, but because she enjoyed her work so much. I can do most household chores. I cooked for myself a lot while I was at college. He shrugged. My mother taught me some of the basics as well. She had a broken arm for a while, and I did a lot of the cooking, so my father wouldn't get angry. He left the rest of his statement unspoken. She knew his father had abused his mother, and everything was explained in that short sentence. Well, I'm glad one of us can cook then. Mildred came back, then with John Higgins in tow. Amaryllis knew that Alex called the older man John, but her family had always referred to him as simply Higgins. He'd moved out here with her aunt when she'd come to marry her Uncle Max as a mail-order bride. There weren't a lot of mail-order brides who brought their butlers along with them, but Harriet's situation had been unusual all along. Amaryllis turned away from the stove. Higgins. She flew into his arms and hugged him tightly. He was an honorary uncle to her, which was what had made her break up with Alex even harder than it would have been. It's so good to see you. You could have come by any time. I wish you hadn't shut us out. Amaryllis shrugged, looking down at her feet. She knew she hadn't handled things well. When she'd heard about Alex and Sarah, she'd refused to do any more volunteer work for the shelter and had instead dedicated her time to a local orphanage. Her parents had insisted on volunteer work for each of the girls once they'd reached an age where they could help. Alex stepped to her side and took her hand in his, smiling at his parents. We have news and wanted you both here for it. We're getting married. Mildred put her hand to her mouth, squealing in surprise. Alex's eyes met John's, and he knew that the older man had kept his confidence. "Oh, that's wonderful," Mildred exclaimed. "When?" "A Christmas wedding would be pretty." She kept her gaze on Amaryllis, who had forced a smile. "Saturday," Alex told her. Mildred leaned back against the work table. "Saturday?" She looked between the two of them. "You're not expecting, are you?" "Of course not," Alex told her. "We've just been in love for 4 years. Neither of us see a need to wait, do we, really?" Amaryllis hated deceiving Mildred, because she had a lot of respect for her. "We're just ready to start our lives together." She smiled at Alex, making it as genuine as she could. Mildred looked between them for another minute or two before saying, "Well, that's wonderful then. Does your mother need help?" Amaryllis shook her head. "It's just going to be family at my house at 2 on Saturday. I hope you'll both be able to come on such short notice." She bit her lip, worried about whether or not they'd have time to make it. "Of course we'll be there," Mildred told her. "We wouldn't let anything keep us away." They talked quietly of wedding plans while they ate the cake Mildred had prepared. Amaryllis motioned to the upstairs. "No guests right now?" Mildred smiled. "Just 3. A young mother and her 2 sons. They'll be down in a bit for dinner." "Will you stay as well?" Amaryllis shook her head. "My parents didn't know I was coming here after work, so I need to get home." She stood, having finished her cake and coffee. "I'm going to head there now." Alex stood drinking the last of his coffee as he did. "I'll walk you home." She started to tell him to stay and visit with his parents, but decided against it. It would look bad. Once they'd hugged the older couple and started on their way, she said, "You don't have to see me the whole way. You can just walk as far as your office." He sighed. "I'll see you home." "You don't have to." "I know I don't. I like being with you. I love you." She shrugged, not looking at him. "Do what you want." He took her hand in his as they walked. When she looked at him, he said, "You told me to do what I want. I want to touch you, and since we're on the street, this is the best I can do." She sighed, staring straight ahead again. She just wasn't willing to argue with him. She blushed as they passed his office, thinking about what had led to their engagement. She still couldn't believe she'd done that with him. What had she been thinking? Her whole life was changed because of an afternoon of insanity. He stopped at the front porch and kissed her softly. "I won't see you tomorrow. I have some things to see to. I'll be here Saturday." She nodded. "I'll see you then." As soon as she walked into the house, her mother called her into the parlor. They'd had no time to talk after Alex had left the night before, and there was never really time in the mornings with the bustle of the younger girls getting ready for school and Amaryllis preparing for work. "We need to talk about the wedding," Mary told her. "Mama, we don't have time to plan anything special. The wedding is in 2 days." "Sit down, Amaryllis." Amaryllis sat with a huff, not even wanting to think about their plans. "Okay, I'm sitting. First of all, did you hear from Alex? Do you have a time for the wedding?" "Yes, it's at 2. She waited for the endless details to begin. "Okay, we don't have time to have a new dress made, but we can alter Rose's wedding dress to fit you." Amaryllis nodded. She had spotted the dress lying over the back of a chair and had guessed at her mother's intentions. "Fine." Mary shook her head. "I know you feel forced into this marriage, but you can't blame just Alex and your father. You had a very active part in all of this. I need you to remember that." "I know." Amaryllis bowed her head, the emotions of the last 2 days weighing her down. "It's so much easier to blame it all on Alex, though." Mary nodded understandingly. "It is, but it's a terrible way to start a marriage." She stood up and walked over to shut the parlor door. "Let's see how this fits you. I think it will be close, but you're more slender than Rose was when she married." Amaryllis stripped down to her petticoats and slid the dress over her head. It was beautiful, of course, because that sort of thing mattered a great deal to Rose. She stood still while her mother walked around her, pinning it in places. Just a couple of tucks at the waist should do it. I don't think I realized that your bosom was the same size as Rose's. I thought I'd have to let it out there. Amaryllis shrugged. She didn't much care about the size of her breasts, and Alex hadn't complained, so she guessed they were fine. I'm just thinner through the waist, so it makes me look bigger on top, I guess. Okay, we've got it. You can take it off. Mary helped her unfasten the buttons in the back before helping her step out of it. How do you want to wear your hair? My hair? I guess in a bun like usual? Mary sighed. Why don't you let Rose do your hair for the wedding? She's very skilled with some elegant updos that will be perfect with the dress. All right. Mary put the dress over the back of the chair and resumed her seat. Let's talk food for the wedding. I was thinking a nice supper of chicken and mashed potatoes? Nothing too fancy for just a family wedding. That works. Amaryllis thought about the book she had left on the table in the entryway. How long would it be before she could escape and finish it? Sure, she'd read it several times before, but she loved the idea of losing herself in the dream world of literature again. What flavor cake would you like? Amaryllis stared at her mother. Flavor of cake? Does it matter? It does if you're going to eat it, and I assume you are. How about white? It's a good cake for weddings. Amaryllis nodded. That sounds fine. What kind of cake does Alex like? I really don't know. I guess I've never thought about it. Amaryllis was surprised by that. She'd once thought she knew everything there was to know about Alex, but obviously she never had. You only have one wedding. Are you sure you don't want to make some of the decisions yourself? Amaryllis hadn't really thought of it that way. She was so upset with the reason she was getting married that she was denying herself a nice wedding. Of course, she'd never been one of those girls who spent all their time thinking about what she'd wear when she married and who she'd marry. She thought for a moment. I want Daisy to stand up with me. Her mother glanced up at her. Daisy, not Rose or Lily? Amaryllis shook her head. No, just Daisy. She didn't explain. Daisy had always been the quietest of the 8 sisters, and she was often overlooked. She was right behind Amaryllis in age, and soon to be of marriageable age herself, but to her knowledge, she had no idea who she would marry or even had an inkling that she would. She was content to spend her afternoons helping at the battered women's shelter after school. Amaryllis wanted her to realize that even though she was quiet, she knew she was a special person. We'll see if she has a special dress to wear then. Daisy had dark hair and brown eyes. She was actually the darkest in looks of the sisters and definitely the quietest. What looked good on her rarely looked good on her sisters, so swapping dresses wasn't simple. I'm sure she'll have something that will work. Amaryllis was almost getting excited at the idea now. She thought about what else she'd want for her wedding. I would like Uncle Max and Aunt Harriet to be here. Of course. I sent Harriet a note earlier that you would be getting married on Saturday. We just need to send her the time of the wedding and she'll be here. Good. Amaryllis curled one of her legs up under her. I really don't think I want anyone else, though. Just us and Alex's parents. No one else is important enough to me. She briefly thought about her friend, Lawrence, but she didn't. Amaryllis laughed. You're the one who loves flowers, Mama. Not me. I'd rather carry books down the aisle. Mary laughed. I'm not sure how that would go over, but at least you're marrying someone who loves books as well. But he loves non-fiction books. Amaryllis shuddered. I mean, I see the purpose in non-fiction books of course, but I can't imagine actually reading them for pleasure. I'm sure you two will make things work, even with that huge division between you. Mary stood. I'm going to run into the kitchen and give this to the cook and then work on your dress. There's no time to even hire a seamstress. We'll have to do it ourselves. Are you sure you remember how to work, Mama? Amaryllis teased. Mary glared at her daughter. You know as well as I do that I made every dress for this family for years. I can do a little alteration for you." Amaryllis hugged her mother tightly. "Thank you for making my wedding just as important as my sister's, even though we only have 2 days to plan it. You're just as important as your sisters. Therefore, your wedding is just as important." She pushed Amaryllis toward the door. "Oh, go read whatever you're going to read tonight. I know you don't want to be here with me for even another minute." Amaryllis laughed as she headed for the stairs, stopping off in the entryway to grab her book. She was going to miss having her mother to help her when she needed it. As she climbed the stairs, she realized she was only going to spend 2 more nights in the home she'd grown up in. What would life be like with Alex? The morning of her wedding came way too soon for Amaryllis. She'd finished her book and started another and done her best to bury her head in the sand and pretend nothing was going on around her, but she knew better. Daisy had been touched to be chosen as the maid of honor. Amaryllis could see it in her younger sister's face and was happy to have her stand beside her. She'd chosen a peach gown that would have made Amaryllis look terrible, but really brightened up her sister's face. Daisy came into her room at noon, just after Amaryllis had finished her bath, to help her get ready. She herself was already dressed with her hair up in a way that made her look older than her 17 years. "Did Rose do your hair?" Amaryllis asked. Daisy nodded. "She did." She touched her hand to the side of her hair, self-consciously. "Does it look okay?" Amaryllis laughed. "I don't want Alex to see you before the wedding, because if he does, he's going to realize he's marrying the wrong sister and want to run off with you." Daisy smiled. "Thank you for saying that. We both know it's not true, but thank you." She sat on the edge of Amaryllis's bed. "Do you need any help getting ready?" Amaryllis was in her petticoats, but hadn't bothered with pulling her dress on just yet. She didn't want it to get wrinkled before the wedding. Her parents had hired a photographer for the event, and she didn't want to be forever remembered as the bride with the wrinkled dress. "I don't think so. Rose is supposed to come and do my hair." Amaryllis was sitting at her vanity table, brushing through her long blonde locks. Her hair was all the way to her waist and a medium blonde color. She'd always wished it were dark like her sister's. Daisy fidgeted, smoothing her skirt again. "So what happened when Alex came back that you're getting married so suddenly? You took one look at him and forgave him for everything?" Amaryllis laughed. "I took one look at him and told him to get out of my life." She looked at her sister sitting so innocently on the bed. There was no doubt in her mind that Daisy had never been kissed or even held hands with a boy. "Honestly? He kissed me. When he kissed me, I remembered all the feelings I've had for him for so long. I couldn't help myself. I wanted him to kiss me forever." She left out a lot of the story, but that part was the truth. Every time Alex kissed her, she melted in his arms. She would never meet a man she felt more strongly about than Alex, and she knew it. Daisy jumped up to open the door when there was a knock. Rose breezed in. "Are you ready for me to make you beautiful?" she asked. Amaryllis eyed her sister. "Are you saying I'm not already beautiful? What's wrong with me?" Rose laughed. "I'm not going to let you bait me, really. Today's a day for celebration." She walked over to stand behind her sister and took the brush from her hands. The talk turned to Rose's little boys, Freddie and Matthew. After that, "When are we going to have another niece or nephew?" Daisy asked. "Freddie's already 2.5 and Matthew's 1. Rose blushed a pretty pink. "In about 7 months. When the other girls squealed, Rose shushed them. "We haven't told Mama yet, because we don't want to upstage your day, really." Amaryllis smiled at her eldest sister in the mirror. "I'm really happy for you, Rose. I hope it's a girl this time." Rose nodded. "Me, too. Lily should have all boys, and I should have all girls," she said, referring to their tomboy sister. "I can't figure out what to do with the boy I have, and I'm sure that Lilac has never had her hair fixed in her life." Daisy laughed. "I hope that someday women can do everything that men do and men can do everything that women do, and no one thinks anything of it." It's not right that there are so many things that we shouldn't do just because we're girls. Rose turned to her sister with surprise. Are you a suffragette? The shock in her voice amused Amaryllis. Daisy shrugged. I think women should have the right to vote. The laws affect our lives as well. Rose looked at Amaryllis. I thought you'd be the one with forward-thinking ideas with all of the books you read. Never expected it of our little Daisy. Amaryllis shrugged. I think we all assumed less of Daisy because of how quiet she is. She's the smartest of all of us. Amaryllis grinned at her younger sister to let her know she wasn't making fun of her. I'm not smart. I'm just someone who knows how to think, and I can't see how keeping half of the adult population of our country without voting rights could possibly be a good thing. Rose smiled. Don't let Alex hear you say all that. He's a lawyer now, and he'll try to keep you from getting the word out. Amaryllis wondered how Alex really felt about women's right to vote. She hadn't given it a lot of thought, but she thought Daisy was right. Women were certainly just as capable of thinking as men were, so why couldn't they vote and affect the future of their country? Rose finished with Amaryllis's hair and kissed her cheek. You look beautiful. Amaryllis looked in the mirror. The careful work Rose had done made her look a lot more elegant. She stood. How much time do we have before the wedding? There was a knock on the door then, and Rose rushed to open it. Lily. The two sisters embraced. I've finished her hair. What do you think? Lily shrugged. I think she looked good before you messed with her. She smiled at Amaryllis. You nervous? She walked over and hugged Amaryllis. A little. How much time do we have before the wedding? She asked again, wanting to know if it was time to put her dress on, or if she should wait a little longer. About 15 minutes. Amaryllis nodded. Time to put my dress on then. With her three sisters helping her, Amaryllis donned the pretty dress and looked at herself in the mirror. She looked like a different person. Rose's dress was beautiful, but she felt like she was impersonating someone else as she got dressed up for the big event. Once she was dressed, her sisters took turns giving her things. Rose gave her a necklace to wear. Just for today. I want it back the next time I see you. Amaryllis looked at the pearl necklace in her hand and turned so that Rose could fasten it around her neck for her. Lily held out a handkerchief. I embroidered it myself, so don't look at it too closely. I messed up on the dot. Amaryllis laughed, looking at the lopsided letter her sister had monogrammed into her handkerchief. I love it. No one but you could make it so special. She had always loved Lily's homemade gifts, because they were always unique. Daisy held out a small book. I thought you might like this. It was a beautiful edition of Shakespeare's sonnets. Amaryllis clutched it to her chest. Thank you, Daisy. It's perfect. Another knock came on the door. Rose quickly opened it. Fred stood there in his best suit, looking uncomfortable. It's time. Rose and Lily, go join your husbands. Rose and Lily rushed from the room, and Daisy waited with Amaryllis. Amaryllis carefully set the book in the trunk that was packed for her to take with her at the foot of her bed. It wasn't all her belongings, but it was most of them, and the rest could be picked up any time. Fred smiled down at his two daughters. You both look beautiful today. Thank you, Papa, Daisy said with a smile. I'm going to wait for my cue in the hall. She rushed from the room, leaving Fred alone with Amaryllis for the first time since he'd announced she was marrying Alex no matter how she felt about it. Amaryllis didn't meet her father's gaze. She knew she shouldn't be angry with him, but she was. She didn't feel like he'd done the right thing by forcing her to marry a man she didn't trust. He's going to be a good husband to you, really. Just give him a chance. Fred's deep, even voice always had a calming effect on Amaryllis. Amaryllis shrugged. I'll try. I don't have much choice in the matter, do I? No, you don't. He's going to be the only man you ever marry, so you might as well make the most of it. Amaryllis met his eyes for the first time. I'll try. That's all anyone is asking of you. He tucked her hand into his arm and walked toward the door. I only want what's best for you. Amaryllis nodded. I know, Papa. She sighed. I'm sorry I've been so angry with you. He patted the hand threaded into his arm and stepped into the hall. Daisy had just reached the bottom of the stairs and taken her place beside Alex and the preacher. Amaryllis stared ahead at Alex, handsome in his best suit. She knew everything her parents had said was right. This was the only wedding she would ever have. He was the only husband she would ever have. If she wanted to be happy, getting along with him and loving him was her path to happiness. She took a deep breath and descended the stairs, walking straight to him. Alex was the man she loved. This wasn't how she'd dreamed their marriage would happen, but what did that matter when she loved him? She just wished she could stop the little voice in her head, insisting that he would never be faithful. She did her best to ignore the voice as she took Alex's hand and repeated her vows after the preacher she'd known all her life. When Alex was told he could kiss his bride, he lowered his head and brushed his lips across hers, and touched his tongue to her lips. She was startled as she looked up at him, shocked he'd do that in front of other people. She sighed when the wedding was over. Finally. She was married to her Alex, and she was going to make the most of it. Chapter 5. The afternoon passed in a blur. They had their wedding lunch. Her Aunt Harriet pulled her aside and had the talk she had with all of her nieces when they married with her. We knew we didn't have to investigate Alex, because we know him so well, but still. If something goes wrong, you leave him. You go to your parents, you come to me. In this case, you can go to his parents. You don't stay in a situation where you can be abused. I won't, Aunt Harriet. Harriet was huge with her fourth pregnancy. She wasn't leaving the house much, because she was so close to her due date. Thank you for coming. I wouldn't have missed it for the world. Higgins and Mildred enveloped her in their arms, welcoming her to the family, making it clear to her that there was not another young lady they wanted to marry Alex. They were thrilled they were getting her for a daughter-in-law. Maybe sometime this week, the two of you can join us for supper. We'd love to have you, Mildred invited. Amaryllis grinned. Since I have no idea how to cook, we will probably take you up on that offer. Mildred laughed. Alex knows how. Have him teach you. Higgins smiled, patting her shoulder. You're worth a lot more than your ability to cook. Amaryllis's eyes were sparkling as they met Higgins's. I know. When it was time for her and Alex to leave, Sean helped Alex load Amaryllis's trunk onto the back of his wagon. Alex helped her up and drove her to his tiny apartment. As they drove away, he took her hand into his. Thank you, he said softly. What are you thanking me for? She asked in surprise. Thanks for acting like a bride who actually wants to be married today and not embarrassing me in front of everyone. She sighed. My parents keep reminding me that I'm only going to be married once. I have to make the most of our marriage or just plan to be unhappy for the rest of my life, which I refuse to do. So, you're happy you married me? He asked in surprise. She laughed. I don't know that I'd go that far, but I'm going to do my best to make the most of it. I don't want to spend the rest of my life unhappy just because I'm being stubborn. He nodded, slipping his arm around her shoulders. Does that mean you're going to give me the wedding night I want? That's the one area we've never had a problem, Alex. I don't think you need to worry about the wedding night. He pulled up in front of his office and jumped down to unlock the door for her. He got the trunk on his own and carried it into the office and through to the apartment. Putting it on the floor at the foot of the bed, he sighed. It was going to be a tight fit to even walk around the trunk, but they'd have to make it work if she wanted her things. He had no drawer space left to put her clothes into. She followed behind him, looking at the trunk. I'll get ready for bed while you take care of the horses, she told him. She waited until he was gone and quickly changed into her nightgown, taking her hair down and braiding it for the night. She looked around the tiny apartment, realizing just then how many of the luxuries she was used to that she would have to live without. Her family had indoor plumbing for years, and here she'd have to use an outhouse. She would have to heat the water for her own baths. She knew she could do it, because so many people in their community didn't have those luxuries yet, but she wasn't looking forward to it. She poked at the large cast iron stove he cooked on. It was the only source of heat for the small home, but also the only way they could cook. She rarely walked into the kitchen of her parents' house, so she didn't know if most people cooked this way or not. She knew the stove at the shelter was more modern than this one. By the time Alex returned, she was in her nightgown under the covers of the bed ready to sleep. Alex blew out the light and quickly undressed, laying his clothes over the back of a chair before sliding into bed beside her. In the dark, he reached for her, and she moved into his arms with no problem resting her head on his shoulder. She felt so right in his arms. If marriage were only about intimacy, she was sure she could handle it. She worried more about the day-to-day part of marriage. Alex lay quietly for a moment, enjoying just holding her close. He'd spent a lot of nights over the years lying in bed wishing that he could do just this. It wasn't just about the sexual part, although he enjoyed that, it was about having her beside him. She completed him. As they'd gone through school together, he'd always known she was the girl for him. Back as far as when he'd kept a boy from picking on her about her spectacles when she was in her first year of school, and she'd looked at him with her eyes shining with tears, but adoration in her eyes, he'd known she was the one for him. The years they'd spent apart had been difficult, and even more so when she'd stopped writing to him, but he'd never dreamed that when he returned to Seattle she wouldn't be waiting for him. Finding out she thought he'd had a relationship with another woman had hurt him. He'd never imagined she wouldn't have absolute trust in him. "I'm glad you're here with me," he said honestly. He promised himself that no matter how she felt, he would never hide his emotions from her. He would make her feel as loved as he possibly could. There was no other way he could be. She dropped a kiss on his bare shoulder. "I am too." She knew it was a mistake to bare her feelings, but just this once, she had to. He turned onto his side and cupped her face in his hands, kissing her sweetly at first and then passionately. Her arms went around him and she kissed him back, enjoying the feel of him against her. Within minutes, he divested her of her nightgown and proceeded to make sweet love to her, loving the feeling that this time, it was right. He was no longer doing something wrong with her, or demeaning her in any way. They were married now, and this was something that they were supposed to do. Amaryllis woke up to the smell of bacon frying. She took a deep sniff of the air and smiled. She sat up in the bed, tucking the covers under her arms so she wouldn't be totally bare, and watched her new husband cook her breakfast. "That smells wonderful," she said shyly. He turned from the stove where he was wearing just a pair of pants to cook. "Good morning." She smiled, truly happy this morning, despite her misgivings. "Good morning. How do you like your eggs?" he asked. He shook his head. "It's funny, we've known each other for 13 years, and I feel like I know everything about you, and then I realize I don't know something as simple as how to cook your eggs. I prefer them scrambled." She watched as he adeptly took the bacon from the hot pan and put it on a plate. "I do too." He reached for the coffee pot from the back of the stove. "Coffee?" he asked. "Yes, please." She watched as he poured the coffee into a cup for her, and he brought it to her in bed. "Thank you." He sat beside her for a moment, kissing her deeply. "I thought you might like breakfast in bed for our first morning together." "You shouldn't spoil me, Alex." She loved that he wanted to, though. How could she stay angry with a man who got up before she did to make her breakfast in bed? Within a few minutes, they were in the bed together eating their breakfast of eggs and bacon and drinking coffee. "This is really good," she said with surprise in her voice. He laughed. "I told you I knew how to cook." She shrugged. "I guess I didn't really believe you. A lawyer who can cook for himself. Isn't that just a bit odd?" "Maybe a little. It makes sense though, because my librarian wife can't cook." She smiled. "Are you going to have a problem if I keep working?" she asked. "Of course not. I wouldn't ask you to stay in this tiny apartment all day. The whole thing takes 15 minutes to clean. If you want to stop working, you can." "I want to work, but I appreciate being given a choice." "Thank you." I'll start reading some cookbooks while I'm at work and see if I can figure out how to prepare a simple meal. I don't want you to have the full burden of cooking. I think it's something we should share. He raised an eyebrow. For now, I could do the cooking and you could clean up? She nodded with a smile. I can do that. Then when I learn to cook, you can clean up. That's fair. He knew she was surprised at his ready agreement, but since he was used to doing it all, it wouldn't bother him a bit to clean up the kitchen when she cooked. I'll teach you as well, if you'd like. Or my mother would be happy to teach you to cook if you asked her. He was sitting cross-legged on the bed, with his plate in his lap, facing her. She was still covered up, showing him no skin. She liked how he looked with no shirt on. I might go ask her. I'm sure she's a good teacher. She taught me to make coffee during my time volunteering for the shelter. She was sad when you decided to do your volunteer work for the orphanage instead. She has always felt a special affinity toward you. Amaryllis smiled ruefully. I missed her too. I just didn't feel like I could be around her after we weren't together anymore. It didn't seem right. They made it through their first full day as a married couple with their easy truce between them. At church, they happily sat together and received the startled congratulations of the congregation. Her parents came over and talked to them for a moment as if they were reassuring themselves the newlyweds were happy and letting everyone else know the young couple had their blessing. They accepted an invitation to eat lunch with his parents at the shelter, and she happily helped her mother-in-law with the lunch preparations. I wish I could cook at least one meal, Amaryllis lamented as she made the coffee. You'll get to where you can. I know, after lunch, I'll teach you to make pancakes. They were one of the first meals I ever learned to make, and you can surprise Alex with them sometime soon. Amaryllis looked at Mildred. You wouldn't mind? Of course not. Teaching you means I'm feeding my little boy after all. Amaryllis laughed. He's not so little anymore. It's hard to believe he's a grown man with a wife of his own. I'm really proud of the man he's become. You always knew he would be. Mildred shook her head. I actually was afraid he'd take after his father for a while. He seemed to have a lot of anger inside him. I don't know a lot about your first marriage. Alex doesn't mention his father. No, he wouldn't. I think he still feels some guilt over his death. Amaryllis frowned. Why would he feel guilt over his father's death? There was an accident, right? Mildred smiled over Amaryllis's shoulder. Lunch is just about ready. Amaryllis turned to see Alex there and noticed that Mildred didn't say another word about his father. All through the meal as they ate with the woman who was staying there and her two sons, Amaryllis wondered what Mildred had been about to say to her. After lunch, when the men had gone to the backyard to see to some repairs to the picket fence, Amaryllis brought up the subject again as she and Mildred washed the dishes together. What were you telling me about Alex and his guilt over his father's death? She asked. Mildred sighed. I really think he should tell you, but if he hasn't by now, he may never. She didn't look at Amaryllis as she spoke. Alex's father was extremely abusive. Alex was afraid to become involved, but by the time he was 15, he was a big boy, bigger than his father. I remember, he was the biggest boy in school. One night his father came home and was very violent with me, much worse than usual. Alex stepped between us, and his father went crazy. The next thing I knew, his father was lying on the floor with blood running from a cut on his head and Alex was standing over him with his fists clenched. Amaryllis gasped, her hand going to her mouth. He killed his father? Mildred nodded, her eyes full of tears. He did it to protect me. I honestly think his father would have killed me that night if Alex hadn't interfered. She handed Amaryllis a pot to dry. Your Aunt Harriet had met me just days before, and she'd asked Higgins to watch over me. He happened to be looking in our window when it happened. He came to the door and introduced himself, and then he went to the police for us, explaining what had happened. Without his help, I think Alex would have been executed for murder. Amaryllis stood in stunned silence, continuing to dry the dishes that were handed to her. How could she not have known something that was so important about Alex? How could he not have told her that? What else hadn't he told her? She didn't say anything for a long while, and finally, as they dried the last dish, she said, "Thank you for telling me." Mildred nodded. "I hope it doesn't change how you feel about my son." Amaryllis nodded, and she hoped it wouldn't too, but it was a lot of information for her to take in. On the one hand, she was happy that he'd defended his mother and had been willing to make sure she stayed safe. On the other, she couldn't believe her husband had killed his own father. How did one deal with that kind of information? Mildred showed her how to make pancakes, and they worked together well in the kitchen as they always had. Amaryllis wrote down Mildred's instructions so she would be able to make them herself. She didn't know when she'd have a chance, but she hoped to be able to start cooking meals for him soon. As they walked home that evening, she looked over at Alex. "What was your father like?" she asked. Alex gave her a surprised look. "Where did that question come from?" She shrugged. "Watching you with your mother and Higgins made me wonder what kind of man you came from." "What was he like?" "He wasn't a good man. He beat my mother. That's why she feels so strongly about the shelter." Amaryllis was pleased that he'd admitted to that much at least. "Do you ever miss him?" He shook his head emphatically. "He was always either at work, or at a saloon, or hurting my mother. How on earth could I miss a man like that?" "You seem to think of Higgins as a father." "I was already a teenager by the time he married my mother, but he's a good man. I was always thrilled to be able to look up to him. He married my mother right after my father died so that he could take care of us. He said it wasn't right for a woman to be on her own with a son to take care of." He shrugged. "Until he made the offer, I'd planned to drop out of school and get a job so I could support my mother. Did you know he helped me pay for my schooling? He didn't have enough to pay for it all, but he sent me money every month to help me out." Amaryllis noticed that he mentioned his father's death, but he didn't mention how he died. "He's a really good man." "He is. I'll never forget everything he's done for me." He kept staring straight ahead as they walked. Amaryllis wished she had the courage to ask him how his father had died, but she decided she'd leave that for him to tell her. She hoped he would do it soon, because she needed to hear the words from his lips. Until he admitted it, she would feel as if he was hiding something from her. She didn't want to feel that way, because it just added to her mistrust of him. She wanted everything to be perfect between them, but she knew it wouldn't be. Not until she could gain the trust she'd lost. Hopefully that would happen soon. It was late Monday morning when Lawrence came into the library. He stopped at the desk where Amaryllis was sitting doing some paperwork. "Good morning, beautiful lady." Amaryllis looked up and smiled. "Good morning. Here for more research?" He shook his head. "I'm here to start actually writing my book. You don't mind if I do it at one of the tables in the back, do you?" She shook her head. "No, of course not. While I'm here, I thought I'd invite you to join me for dinner. It gets lonely eating alone all the time." Amaryllis sighed. She enjoyed her evenings with Lawrence, but she knew that Alex wouldn't want her spending time with the other man now. "I'm sorry, Lawrence. I don't think my husband would like that." She held up her hand to show him her wedding ring. Lawrence blinked a few times. "Husband? You got engaged and married since I saw you on Tuesday evening?" Amaryllis nodded, not willing to admit exactly what had happened. "An old beau finished up law school and moved back to town. When we saw each other again, we knew we didn't want to wait." It was as close to the truth as she was willing to tell him. He looked stunned. "You're not joking, are you?" Amaryllis laughed softly. "No, I'm not joking, but I share your shock. I still can't believe it happened so quickly." "So no more dinners?" "Not with me. I'm sure you'll find someone else to keep you company in the evenings, though. It's not as if we were courting." Lawrence frowned. "I know, but I wish we had been. You know as well as I do that wouldn't have worked. When we kissed, nothing happened." He sighed and turned to look at the man who had stopped at the desk beside him. Alex stared down at the other man. The man was tall, but Alex was taller. This man had kissed his wife? He held out his hand for the other man to shake, squeezing his hand hard. "I'm Alex." "Lawrence." Alex looked back and forth between the two, noting that Amaryllis had stayed on her side of the desk as they talked. He held up a small pail. "You forgot your lunch," he said to Amaryllis. "Oh, thank you. I hadn't even noticed." She reached for the pail and took it from him. "It's just about lunchtime, too. I'd have been really hungry by the time I came home." Alex stood for a moment as if he was undecided about something, before pulling a chair over and putting it behind her desk with her. "I brought lunch for two." Amaryllis smiled. "That's nice. I'd enjoy sharing it with you." Lawrence stood for a moment watching the couple, before taking his paper and pens back to the table he usually used. Alex watched Lawrence go before asking, "Who's that?" in what he hoped was an unconcerned tone. Amaryllis shrugged. "He's a writer who is here to research a book. We've gone to dinner several times and enjoy talking about books. He's the one you saw driving me home on Tuesday evening." "He kissed you?" Amaryllis sighed. "He kissed me once, but just to see if we'd suit." She could see by the look in his eyes that he didn't like that at all. Alex raised an eyebrow, waiting for her to continue. She shrugged. "We didn't. I don't want him spending entire days in here working while you're here." His voice was stern. She shook her head in exasperation. "This is a library. I'm the librarian. People are going to come in here and do research or work on projects. I can't stop him." Alex shook his head. "Then maybe it's time for you to quit your job and stay home. You told me yesterday that you didn't care if I continued working here. Why would you expect me to quit now?" "I don't like the look of him." Amaryllis couldn't believe what she was hearing. "You don't know him. You've never seen him before today, and you're telling me that you don't think I should see him anymore because you don't like how he looks. Do you realize how crazy that is?" He shrugged. "I don't care if you think it's crazy. It's how I feel. I'm your husband and you need to listen to me." He folded his arms over his chest to emphasize his words. Amaryllis stared at him in horror. "Did you really just say that to me? As if you're so much smarter than me, I need to be at your beck and call and obey everything you say because you're the man?" A tick started jumping in Alex's cheek. "That's right. You have to listen to me. Are you listening to yourself? You truly believe that because you have a penis, you're so much smarter than me that I can't make decisions on my own?" Maybe she should join Daisy, and the two of them could be suffragettes together. She had never dreamed Alex would talk to her that way. He'd always seemed to hold her intelligence and ability to think for herself in high regard. Alex glared at her. "I really don't think you should be talking about my penis in public." Amaryllis blinked a few times. "Are you afraid people will realize you have a penis?" "Because I assure you, when I see a man, I do assume he has one. Besides, we're perfectly private here. The only other person in the library is Lawrence, and he's out of hearing range if we keep our voices low." Alex opened the paper, wrapping his sandwich with slow, methodical movements. "I'm not going to argue with you about this in the library. Finally, you show a modicum of intelligence yourself. I can't believe you're turning into an overbearing husband. I will not be spoken down to, by you or anyone." She crunched into her apple, opening the book she'd brought with her with a snap, and not looking at him. "So you're going to sit there and read a book rather than talk to me when I went to the trouble of bringing your lunch to you so you wouldn't be hungry?" He glared at her downturned head. She refused to even answer. She wasn't reading though. The book was simply an excuse not to talk to him. She wasn't going to continue this ridiculous conversation. She'd wait until they were home, and she could shout at him all she wanted. Because she really did need to shout at him. Loudly. Alex ate his lunch quickly and gathered up the remains. He walked out the door without another word to her, still fuming that she'd ignored him when he'd brought her lunch to her. Why would she treat him that way? He was halfway home before he realized that he'd left her alone in the library with Lawrence still sitting there working. He had an appointment with a new client, though, and couldn't do a thing about it. This was a client who was willing to pay him a considerable amount of money, so he needed to see him. There was no way he was going to be able to take on charity cases if he didn't have some paying clients as well. Amaryllis was still fuming as she ate the last bite of her lunch and closed her book. Alex was turning into the kind of man she didn't even want to look at. How dare he have a problem with Lawrence when he'd taken up with Sarah while he was at school? She suddenly hated the name. Sarah. She put her paperwork aside and decided to shelve books instead. She needed to do something physical to get over her anger with Alex. He was definitely going to get a big piece of her mind when she got home from work that day. How dare he complain about Lawrence? She was in the children's section shelving books when Lawrence walked up behind her. Is everything all right? Did I cause problems between you and your husband when he saw us talking? Amaryllis shrugged. We'll be fine. She didn't want Lawrence to know she was already having marital problems. For goodness sake, how many women had marital problems after just 2 days of marriage? What was wrong with her? I'll talk to him and let him know that we're just friends if you'd like. His face was concerned as he watched her. Really, Lawrence? Alex and I have known each other for 13 years. We'll make it work. I promise. She wouldn't look at him as she said the words. She kept shelving the books. I'll leave you alone then. She waited until she heard him walk away before leaning forward to rest her forehead on the shelf in front of her. Why couldn't she even get along with her husband? 2 days. Dear Lord, her marriage had only been happy for 2 days. Chapter 6. Amaryllis was still shaking on her way home from the library. She knew she was going to have to talk to Alex when she got home, but she was so angry, she didn't think it was a good idea. Just as she reached their street, she turned and headed for the park instead. She walked to the swing and sat down, staring at the ground, thinking. If she went home and talked to Alex with as angry as she was, she knew she'd just start yelling at him. Yelling wouldn't help their marriage. She needed to get herself calm first and then talk to him. She'd been resting there for a few minutes, trying to calm her thoughts, when she felt hands take hold of the ropes of the swing. Suddenly she was flying through the air. She turned to see her Uncle Max. She dragged her feet on the ground to stop the swing. Uncle Max. What are you doing? You looked sad, and I remembered that when you were a little girl your favorite thing to do was get pushed on the swing. So I thought maybe I'd cheer you up. Amaryllis laughed, jumping up to hug her uncle. I needed a little time to get over my mad. He wrapped his arm around her shoulder and walked with her along the trail in the park. Why are you mad? You're my favorite niece. You're not allowed to be mad. Amaryllis rolled her eyes. Max told each of her sisters they were his favorite niece. Alex and I just had a little falling out at lunch today. She sighed. 2 days into marriage, and we're already fighting. When I first married your aunt, I was horribly jealous of her relationship with a certain man. I went insane with jealousy. I complained about him all the time to the point I almost ruined our marriage. Really? Who was it? Amaryllis had thought Max's marriage with Harriet had always been perfect. Higgins. Amaryllis couldn't control the giggles that erupted from her. My father-in-law, Higgins? He's old enough to be her father. I know. I knew it then, but they were close. They shared something that I didn't understand. He smiled down at her. The only way we were able to get past the jealousy was to share all of our secrets we had been hiding. He didn't add that all the secrets had been his wife's. So once you both knew what the other was hiding, things were better between you. Exactly. She sighed. I know he's keeping at least 2 things from me. Do you know what happened with his father? Max nodded. Of course I do. I think what Higgins did for Mildred and Alex was what made me get over my jealousy. He hasn't told me about that yet. I know his father died in an accident. I think that's the worst thing, honestly. If he can't trust me with knowing that, then he doesn't trust me at all. She shrugged. Honestly, I don't trust him either. You two need to get past that as quickly as you can. That's the best marital advice I have to give. Learn to trust each other. Amaryllis nodded. I know. I'm just mad. Do you think you can go home and talk to him now, without having a huge fight? Max asked. Because yelling at him is only going to make things worse. I think so. I really am trying to make this work out. I want to have a good marriage. Then go and talk to him. Tell him your concerns, but do it without raising your voice. I'll try. She turned and hugged him tightly. Thanks, Uncle Max. I'm glad I ran into you. She walked toward her home, not exactly with a positive attitude, but feeling much better about the discussion she was about to have with her husband. She pushed the door open and walked through the office and back to the apartment. He was standing at the stove cooking dinner. It was some sort of soup, but Amaryllis didn't pay much attention to it. How was your afternoon? She asked calmly, trying to figure out how to bring up the real topic calmly. Why are you late getting home? He asked, not looking at her. Were you with Lawrence? How can you ask me that? Of course, I wasn't with Lawrence. She sighed heavily. I went to the park to calm my temper before coming home, because I didn't want to fight with you. I ran into my Uncle Max there, and we walked, and he gave me marriage advice. You told your uncle about our fight? He turned to glare at her. I told him we had a fight. I didn't tell him what it was about. She sighed. He told me that when he first married my aunt, he was really jealous of Higgins. What does that have to do with you telling him about our fight? Nothing, I guess. I just thought it might amuse you, because it had amused me so much. Alex turned back to the soup. So you left the library, went to the park, talked to your uncle, and then came straight home? You didn't talk to Lawrence? I did talk to Lawrence for another minute at the library. It's part of my job. I don't like it. She shook her head slowly, trying to keep her emotions in check. There's nothing between me and Lawrence. And I don't think you really have room to talk after Sarah. Her voice got louder and louder until finally she screamed the word Sarah. He turned and glared at her. You're throwing Sarah in my face? You want to know about Sarah? She was the widow of one of the old university presidents. The odd job she gave me, and the friendship she offered, helped me to not have to work at the docks while I went to school. She was a good person, and she helped me realize that you were the only woman I would ever truly love. She made it possible for me to get through school faster. Amaryllis stared at him in disbelief. Why would you say that? I know better. I heard your mom tell Higgins about her. She turned her back on him, sinking down onto the bed. Do you have any idea what it did to me to find out that you were seeing another woman when you were courting me? I know we couldn't court officially, but I still thought of you as my beau. I cried for weeks. You sent me a letter saying you didn't want to be tied down at such a young age, he protested. So I could keep my pride. Should I have written you and said, I know about Sarah, so I want you to know that I'm not willing to share you with another woman? Would that have made more sense? He shook his head. Is that really why you said you didn't want to be tied down? Of course it is. You were my whole world. I told everyone that you were my soulmate. My mother got so sick of hearing the term soulmate that she forbade me from saying it. My every dream was of being married to you, and then you betrayed me. She took a deep breath and turned back to him, the pain evident in her eyes. And now you accuse me of doing with Lawrence what you did with Sarah after we're married? I wouldn't. I would never cause anyone the kind of pain you caused me. She picked up the book she was reading. I'll be in your office. Let me know when dinner is ready, please. She left the room, refusing to listen to another word he had to say after the way he'd treated her. How could he expect their marriage to work if he didn't trust her? She knew it was silly that she expected him to trust her when she didn't trust him, but she'd never given him a reason to doubt her. When the meal was ready, he brought her bowl to the desk in his office, and she ate there while he ate in the apartment. Neither of them was willing to break the silence and speak to the other. There was no point. They were at an impasse, and they both knew it. Alex woke early the following morning and stretched, wondering why he was so stiff, and then it all came back to him. He'd slept on the floor, because neither of them were willing to back down from their fight the previous night. He stood up, stretched to get the aches out of his back, and walked to the stove. He'd make her breakfast. He shook his head at himself. He was furious with her for not believing him, but at the same time, he fought to think of a way to convince her he was telling her the truth. He needed her to trust him. Their marriage was doomed if they couldn't trust each other, even though he loved her more than he cared to admit. How could he make her believe that what he said was true? What had she overheard his mother say to John? He knew that she believed he'd cheated on her with everything inside her, so he had to go to the source and figure out what she'd overheard that had left her so hurt and angry. He made French toast for the two of them and shook her awake. He didn't want to say anything, because he was so angry and hurt. He was afraid he'd say something he didn't mean. Amaryllis came awake slowly, as she always did. The hurt in her eyes startled him. Did she wake up thinking about their fight? He hated the hurt she felt, but he knew his hurt was just as strong. He could talk to his mother and John and have them tell her the truth, but really he wanted her to believe him, just because she believed him. Not because someone went to her and told her what had happened. Amaryllis took her place at the table and picked at her breakfast. The French toast was good, but she couldn't force the bites down. She wanted to do nothing but hide from him. After breakfast, she did the dishes that they'd dirtied while he went to his office to start the day. She hated that they were fighting so much, but she didn't have the words to say to stop them. She loved him with everything inside her, but until she could trust him just as much, she'd never be able to live comfortably or happily with him. If he would just admit to having cheated on her, she thought she'd be able to move on, but he was clearly unwilling to admit the truth to her. Amaryllis dragged her feet as she walked to the library. She and Alex hadn't exchanged a single word that day. Usually she loved mornings, and her walk to work was one of her favorite parts of the day. She loved her job, and loved thinking about the things she would do once she got there. Everything about it made her happy. Not today, though. She was convinced that her marriage was over, even though it had barely started. She was going to spend the rest of her life with a man who didn't even want to talk to her. Lawrence was at the library again that day, and kept trying to get her to talk to him. Alex showed up halfway through the day, not with her lunch, but obviously to check up on her. He didn't say a word to her, but looked through the library, and when he spotted Lawrence, he glared at her like he never wanted to speak to her again. She received her pay that day, as she did the first of every month, and walked to the bank her father owned to deposit it. She stepped into the bank, and instead of checking to see if he was in to talk to her like she usually did, she went to one of the clerks up front to do her business and turned toward the door. "Amaryllis!" Fred called, spotting her as she was leaving the bank. He'd expected her to deposit her pay that day, so he'd been watching for her, hoping he could talk to her and see how she was faring. She turned and waved, walking toward him, dreading talking to him. She just didn't want anyone to know just how badly her relationship with Alex was going. "Hello, Papa." He ushered her into his office, gesturing to the seat across from his desk. "How's Alex treating you?" he asked. Amaryllis immediately burst into tears, shaking her head, but saying nothing. "Really, what's going on? Why are you so upset?" She took a shuddering breath and explained the whole thing to him. He knew about Alex and Sarah, of course, but he didn't realize she was still upset about it. Finally, after her halting explanation that had been punctuated by sobs and sniffles, she pulled out her handkerchief and wiped her eyes and nose. Fred was shaking his head at her. "I talked to Higgins." Amaryllis shrugged. She wasn't sure why that was news. Her father and Higgins had become friends in the years Higgins had been in Seattle. "And?" "He told me all about Sarah. She wasn't a young lady Alex was cheating on you with. She was a widow who hired him to do odd jobs. She kept Alex from having to do backbreaking work at the docks, so she made his life much better. She also offered him companionship, which he really needed. Most of the young men at the college had money, and he never really fit in, because of his social status." He leaned back in his chair. "He never did anything to betray you, really. You've judged the man unfairly, without ever giving him a chance to defend himself, and you've been doing it for years. Amaryllis's eyes widened. That was the exact story that Alex had told her. Higgins wouldn't lie for him, though. Really, Papa? Really? It's time for you to go home and apologize to your husband and start trusting him. But he's hiding other things from me as well. Fred sighed. He'll tell you everything you need to know in his own time. Don't give up on your marriage just because you don't think you can trust him. You can. I've known Alex for years, and there's not a finer young man out there. He paused, leaning forward on his desk to be certain he had her attention. I don't like the way you two had to get married so quickly, but there's nothing else that I can find to fault the young man about. He's a good person, and you will be happy with him if you'll just let yourself. I didn't know, she said in a whisper. You also need to get your husband's name put on your bank account so he can withdraw money when he needs to. Your salary at the library isn't much, but you've saved it all for more than a year. It's enough to rent a larger house, or even buy a small house outright. You and Alex should find a bigger place to live. He stood. Come with me and we'll fill out the paperwork. Amaryllis stood and followed, filled out the paperwork, and walked the whole way home in a daze. Had she really done the same thing she'd accused Alex of doing? Had she mistrusted him for no reason, when he had truly done nothing wrong? What kind of woman did that make her? She'd never thought of herself as a jealous person, but apparently, that's exactly what she was. When she arrived home, she found Alex at the stove cooking dinner for them. She put down the book she'd carried with her, and walked up behind him, rubbing his shoulders and slowly moving her hands around to his chest. She didn't like the way he was checking up on her at work, of course, but she understood better now. Circumstances made them both feel they couldn't trust the other. Alex turned and looked at her in surprise. What had come over her that she was now acting as if she was happy to see him? Why are you suddenly acting like you like me again? He asked bluntly. She sighed. I just went to the bank to deposit my pay, and I had a long talk with my papa. That's good, I guess. What does that have to do with us? I'm so sorry, Alex. I never should have accused you of seeing Sarah when we were courting. I should have believed you when you told me the truth about her. He shook his head. I guess he and John had a talk, and your father found out the truth? So you can believe your papa, who heard it from John, who heard it from my mother, who heard it from me, but you can't believe me? Why would you believe a story that's gone through so many people when you couldn't just believe me? Your husband? She hung her head, refusing to look at him. I'm so sorry, Alex. I should have believed in you. Yes, you should have. It really hurts my feelings to find out that you believe everyone in the world, but not me. Why is everyone else more trustworthy than I am? I was hurt. Doesn't that make sense to you? Yes, it does make sense that you were hurt. What doesn't make sense is that you were willing to throw away a love you had for me, your soulmate, because of something you had no proof of. And now, just because someone else says it's true, all is well, and suddenly I'm trustworthy again. I love you, Amaryllis, but my love for you has never wavered. I wish I could say the same for you. She nodded. I understand. I hope you'll be able to forgive me someday. She turned to walk away, but he caught her by the shoulder. I need some time to get over this. It does anger me that you believe someone else and not me, but I still love you. I want to work this out. She turned to look at him. Will you trust me that nothing is happening between Lawrence and me, the same way I trust you? He shrugged. I never kissed Sarah. I heard you and Lawrence talk about kissing. And we were already married. That really bothers me. Amaryllis sighed. I kissed him before we were engaged. I kissed him when I thought we'd never be able to reconcile, and it was only one kiss. Was I already back in town when you kissed him? He asked. He wasn't sure why the answer to that question was so important to him, but it was. When he'd arrived in town, he'd made it very clear that he'd wanted nothing more than to marry her. If she'd kissed another man after that, he wasn't sure if he could forgive her. She bit her lip and then nodded slowly. Yes, it was the night before we consummated our relationship. He sighed. That's why I can't trust you and Lawrence. You knew I was in love with you when you kissed him. You knew I was here and wanting to marry you. You knew you were the most important thing in my life. And you kissed him." She closed her eyes, feeling like a blow had fallen on her. "I'm sorry. I had been seeing him before you came back to town, and he asked if he could kiss me. I wanted to see if I would react to another man's kisses, the same way I'd reacted to yours. I'd never kissed anyone but you." She took a deep breath, not wanting to give him more power over her until he told her everything, but knowing she needed to. "Kissing him was like kissing my father or my uncle. There was no feeling there. You kiss me and a slow fire spreads through my entire body." He kissed me, and I felt like taking a nap. Alex looked down at her and pulled her up against him, understanding how hard those words had been for her. "We're going to make our marriage work, Amaryllis, but it's going to take me time to get over the fact that you can't trust me the way you trust everyone else in your life." She nodded, standing on tiptoe to brush a kiss across his lips. "I do love you, Alex." He sighed, clutching her to him. Those were the words he'd been waiting to hear. "I know you do. We just need to figure out how to interact with each other without always fighting and hurting each other. Trust is too important to keep going on this way. I think the reason that I believed it so readily is you had once written daily, and then it went down to weekly. You didn't seem to have time for me anymore, and it just seemed to make sense that there was someone else in your life." She shook her head. "It doesn't excuse me, of course, but I do want you to understand where my mind was. I was staying up until all hours writing you a letter every day. I wasn't getting enough sleep. I never should have started it. I used the excuse of your mother being against our relationship, but the honest truth was I couldn't keep up." He sighed. "I was actually relieved when you wrote to me and said you were too young to commit. I was able to stop writing to you and focus on getting finished with school so I could come home and marry you." He stroked her cheek with the back of his finger. "That was always my goal, though. To hurry home so we could start our lives together." "So you really expected that when you got home I'd be waiting for you, and we'd marry right away?" "The day after I got here, I walked to your house with a bouquet of flowers in my hand and an engagement ring in my pocket. I fully expected to leave your house with a wedding date in mind. I never saw you. Did my parents turn you away?" She stared up at him in surprise. "I was in front of your neighbor's house when I saw you pull up with Lawrence. I dropped the flowers and walked back here. I thought I'd lost you." She sighed. "I really never had feelings for him. I promise." His hand stroked over her cheek. "So you'll stop seeing him then?" She shook her head. "I never see him outside the library. I don't even want you to see him in the library." "Are you asking me to quit my job so I don't have to interact with men other than you? Don't you think that's just a little bit obsessive?" She folded her arms over her chest and glared at him. "Can't you just hire an assistant to deal with him?" "I don't deal with hiring for the library. The city does. I'll make you a deal. If you can get the city to hire an assistant to just deal with Lawrence, then fine. Otherwise, I'm going to have to deal with him. I promise that I will not go to dinner with him again or kiss him again. That should be enough for you." He took a step toward her, obviously angry. "I don't want you talking to him." She stepped closer to him, standing toe-to-toe with her head back so she could look up at him. "I refuse to do my job by writing notes to the man. He's there working almost every day." He growled low in his throat, obviously annoyed that she wasn't backing down. "I don't think you need to work there. I think working there makes me happy. If I had a child to care for, I'd have something to do all day, but as it is, working gives me a reason to get up in the mornings." He grabbed her around her waist, and she watched as the anger warred within him. She knew his father had been abusive, and the thought crossed her mind that he could be as well, but she didn't worry. How could she worry that Alex would hurt her? Yes, he was angry, but he could never get that angry. He glared down at her. He wouldn't hit her. He couldn't hit her. He had to do something though. He pulled her to him and pressed his mouth to hers, kissing her thoroughly. She spent the first few seconds of the kiss trying to push him away, but then her hands went to the back of his neck and she held him to her, kissing him with all she had inside her. Before either of them knew what had happened, they were naked on the bed, and he was over her, stroking her and telling her she was beautiful. As she curled into his arms afterward, she was pleased he had his own way of dealing with anger, and it was nothing like his father's. His way was actually very nice. Chapter 7. When they got up to eat the stew he'd prepared, she found she couldn't look at him. She was so embarrassed by the way she'd responded to his kisses. She had considered herself an intelligent woman until he had come back into her life. Now she seemed to only be able to respond to her own base urges. Was she truly no better than an animal? Finally, after a few minutes of total silence, she brought up the money in her bank account. When I saw Papa at the bank, he added your name to my account. I don't get paid a lot, but I never spend the money I make. Papa said there's enough money there to either rent a bigger place or even buy a small house. Alex shook his head. No, I need to provide for you. Keep your money. She sighed. So, the money I make is mine, but the money you make is ours? Is that how this works? What was it about men that they thought they had to be the sole breadwinners of their homes? She was amazed that Alex had such antiquated ideas. She really was going to have to join the suffragette movement, just to get him to understand that she was capable of thinking. He shrugged. I never thought of it that way. I just feel like I need to be the one to provide for our family. But if my money can allow us to live a little more comfortably, shouldn't we take advantage of that? Wouldn't it be my choice if I want to live in a nicer place? Are you saying I don't provide well enough? I know this isn't what you're used to, but I just finished school, and you knew all along that my plan was to take on as many pro bono clients as I could to help the battered women of the area. Yes, I did know that, and I'm happy to live this way, but we don't have to. Why not use my money? He shook his head. I don't want to feel like I have to have my wife's salary to live. I've been independent for years now. I can't take from you. So you're willing to cook, which is the woman's job, but you're not willing to let me do anything that could be the man's job, like earning a living? Or I can earn it, but I'm not allowed to use it. You can use it all you want. You just can't use it to support us. She'd heard enough at that point. She stood, thanked him for dinner, and announced she was going for a walk. I'll do the dishes when I get home. She didn't wait for him to respond, and since she'd dressed again, but he was only wearing his pants, he couldn't follow her. She hurried away from the house, having no real destination in mind, but knowing she needed to get away from him. Once she was several streets over with no sign of him, she slowed a bit. She walked aimlessly through the streets, glad that it was September and she could see where she was going in the fading light. 20 minutes later, she found herself in front of her sister Lily's house, realizing that Lily would be able to help her better than anyone. Lily had always been a tomboy and had loved hunting and fishing as they grew up. She and her husband lived contentedly, even though Amaryllis knew Lily still wore pants the majority of the time. When she knocked on the door, Daniel opened it. He took one look at her tear-stained spectacles and opened the door wide for her to enter. He put her in the parlor and said, I'll go get Lily. She's putting the babies down. Amaryllis didn't sit, but instead prowled around the small parlor. She looked at the things Lily had made. She knew her sister kept trying to do girl things and made small pillows for the parlor. Most were strange shapes. Some you couldn't even tell what the original shape was supposed to be. She shook her head. Poor Lily. Lily came in a moment later, sitting on the sofa and patting the spot beside her. What's wrong? Amaryllis plopped down beside Lily, noting that her sister was wearing men's pants and a button-up shirt. Does it bother Daniel that you don't wear dresses all the time? Lily laughed. I thought it did when we first married, so I stopped wearing pants, and he got upset. He says he likes how my bottom looks in pants, she admitted with a blush. Amaryllis shook her head at her sister. I really thought Alex was more progressive in his thinking than he's turned out to be. He doesn't mind doing the cooking for us, because I have no idea how, but he doesn't think we should use my money for anything. I have to just leave it in the bank and use it for whatever suits me. Lily raised an eyebrow. Well, it hurts his pride that he can't provide a nice enough place for you without your money. She acted as if that were the most normal thing in the world. But I want to enjoy the money I earn. We don't even have a water closet, Lily. I have to use an outhouse. Which is fine, but I'd rather have a nicer place, and with the money I've saved, we can afford one. Lily bit her lip considering. Would he turn down a gift from you? Amaryllis tilted her head to the side. I don't think so. What are you thinking? Lily shrugged. Buy him gifts. Things that he needs for his business, but doesn't have the money for. Help him get it going faster, so that you can enjoy the benefits of it. Buy him gifts like clothes, so he doesn't have to spend his hard-earned money on them. Take him out to dinner occasionally. Maybe come home with food one day, so he doesn't have to worry about buying it. That kind of thing. Get him to see that your money is just as good as his. I could do that. Do you think it would make him angry? I don't know him as well as you do, of course. He was in Rose's class in school, not mine, but he didn't seem to be the type to get angry really easily, unless someone was bothering you. Amaryllis smiled. He really did defend me even back then. I think he loved you from the moment you showed up at school. Must have been the spectacles. Amaryllis laughed. All the other boys made fun of them. Not Alex. He didn't let anyone say anything mean to me about anything. Her eyes lit up as she remembered how he'd taken on boys bigger than he was, just to get them to stop teasing her. She was the only child in school with spectacles, and it had made it hard for her. She didn't mind now, of course, but it had been very difficult when she was a child. Lily grinned. He really did have a soft spot for you even back then. She took her sister's hand in hers. The biggest thing I learned about getting along in marriage is to be yourself. Don't change who you are just to please him. If you think that you should use your money to help support the two of you, then find a way to do it. Amaryllis smiled. You've given me some good ideas. Thank you. It's my job as an older sister. Amaryllis stayed for a while longer, joking with her sister. Lily had one of the servants get tea, and the two of them ate cookies and sipped tea while Daniel made himself scarce. Alex tried at her parents' house first, hoping she would have gone there. The puzzled look on her mother's face told him she wasn't there as soon as she opened the door. You came without Amaryllis? She asked. Amaryllis went for a walk a while ago, and I was wondering if she came here. I guess not. Mary shook her head. No. She may have gone to Rose or Lily's houses though. She's close to her sisters. He sighed. I'll try there then. Thank you. He rushed away from the door and drove to Rose's house next. As soon as Rose saw him, she grinned. Lose your wife? Something like that. Is she here? No, but come in and talk to me. Are you two still not getting along? He shrugged. I'm trying. Your sister is very stubborn and opinionated. Rose's laughter filled the air. Well, of course she is. Do you have any idea how many books she reads? They fill her head with all sorts of ideas. He sighed. I'm going to go back home and see if she's there. Rose smiled at him. She can take care of herself, you know. She's a strong, intelligent woman. That's what worries me, he said with a sigh. Rose's laughter followed him back to his wagon. It was after 10 when Amaryllis glanced at the clock. Alex is going to be frantic. I'd better get home. Lily nodded, standing up with her. I'll have Daniel drive you. I don't want you walking home this late at night. Amaryllis started to protest, but she agreed with her sister's worries. That sounds good. I don't think Alex is going to be happy with how late I've been out. Lily called Daniel, and he went outside to hitch up the horses. The first few years of marriage are the hardest. It'll get easier. I promise. Amaryllis sighed. I hope the first week is the hardest. I don't want it to get worse than this. Lily laughed and hugged her sister. Daniel opened the door then. You ready, Amaryllis? Thanks again, Amaryllis said to Lily. I appreciate the advice. Amaryllis hurried from the house and accepted Daniel's help into the buggy. Thanks for driving me home. I was going to offer if Lily hadn't suggested it. Where to? She gave him the address. Does it really not bother you that Lily wears pants all the time? She asked. He laughed. I fell in love with her when she wore pants all the time. Why would I expect her to change? Amaryllis grinned. What do you think about women voting? I haven't given it much thought either way, but I certainly think you and your sisters are smarter than most men I know, so I guess I think that women voting is something that is just right. Did you know that Daisy is all for women's rights? Daniel turned to her in surprise. Daisy? Women's rights? She'd be the last person I'd expect, but she's certainly smart enough to make a difference. He stopped the buggy in front of her house and started to get down to help her when he saw Alex open the door. He decided to let her husband help her instead. Alex. Alex nodded at him. Thanks for bringing her home. I wouldn't let her walk at this time of night. Alex helped Amaryllis down, slipping an arm around her waist. See you at church on Sunday. He walked toward the office, opening the door for Amaryllis to precede him. I've been really worried. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to worry you, but I had to walk. I don't know how I ended up at Lily's house, but we had a good talk. He nodded briefly. Feeling better? She shrugged. Somewhat. She looked at him. Daniel doesn't mind that Lily wears pants all the time. He laughed. Of course he doesn't. He knew Lily wore pants all the time before they ever started courting. He wouldn't complain now. Would you mind if I wore pants? He considered the question. I don't know. I never really thought about it. Probably not. So you don't mind if I do things that are manly as long as I don't contribute to our family's income? He sighed. You're still upset about that? I just don't understand it. I would think you'd be pleased to have me help until your practice is established. It just makes sense to me. It makes me feel like I'm not man enough to support us. Amaryllis shook her head. You are, though. Everyone has to start somewhere. You've spent years in school, spending everything you made just to survive. I took a job because it was something I would enjoy, not because I needed the money. It makes sense that I have extra money and you don't. Maybe it does, but that doesn't mean that I want to let you support me. She nodded slowly. I guess I can understand that. He pulled her to him and hugged her tightly. I was really worried about you. Please don't leave at night again without telling me where you're going. She nodded against his shoulder. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to worry you, but I needed to think. Talking to Lily helped me a lot. I'm glad. He tilted her chin up so he could look into her eyes. We're going to work through all this, you know. We're going to be very happy. She nodded. I hope so. On her way home from work the following afternoon, she stopped at a carpenter's shop and asked the man if he would make a sign for Alex. I want to give my husband a wedding gift, she explained. She described exactly what she was looking for, and he promised to have it ready for her the next day. She smiled to herself the whole way home. She was going to make a difference for him whether he liked it or not. When she arrived home, he was sitting at his desk with a client across from him. She quickly hurried through the room and into the apartment, making a mental note to start using the back door when she got home from work. She didn't want to interrupt his work anymore. Since he was still working, she decided to surprise him by making the pancakes his mother had taught her to make. She carefully measured the ingredients and heated up the pan. Her hands were sweating as she worked, because she was certain she'd mess up the meal, and she so badly wanted the first meal she made for Alex to be perfect. When she'd made enough to feed them both, she left them on a plate to warm and sank onto the bed to read while she waited for him. He took his time with his client, which she knew was good for his business. When he finally came in the door, he sighed happily. I have 5 paying clients now, and 1 pro bono. He slipped off his jacket and tie and rolled up his sleeves, turning to the stove when he noticed the pancakes waiting for him. You cooked? He turned to her with a pleased smile. Thank you. She laughed. Don't thank me until you've tasted them. They might be terrible. It's the first time I've ever made them. Your mother showed me how on Sunday. I'm sure they'll be wonderful. You sit down, and I'll serve us both. Can you tell me about your client? He shook his head. I can't. I have to keep everything confidential. He rubbed the back of his neck while she put the plate in front of him. I'm really glad that I'm getting some work, though. I worried that it would take me a long time with another lawyer already practicing here. She took the seat across from him and poured a small amount of syrup onto her pancakes. But the other lawyer in town charges so much. He only has a few clients, because he won't take anyone on who won't pay him a fortune. I know, all of my clients so far are average men who make an average wage. He shrugged as he ate his first bite of pancake. This is really good. She smiled and tried to bite herself. They weren't as fluffy as she was used to, but they were definitely edible. Hey, they aren't bad. I'm impressed. He took a sip of the coffee she'd made before adding, I like that my clients are normal people. I think everyone deserves a fair shake with the law, and this town has needed a lawyer for the average man for a long time. You're right about that. She reached out and squeezed his hand. You're exactly what this town needs. He spent some of the evening on paperwork for one of his cases, and she spent her time reading. She was pleased that they were finally able to be in the same room without arguing again. She watched him work at their little table for a minute, wondering if he ever planned to tell her about killing his father. She felt that it was the only thing keeping them from having a good marriage. He felt her watching him and looked up at her. Everything all right? He asked. She nodded. I just like watching you sometimes. She looked back down at her book, embarrassed to have admitted that. He smiled, feeling for the first time like their marriage could actually work. Chapter 8. Alex had just shown another new client to the door the following day when he saw a man coming down the street with a big sign tucked under one arm. He stopped in front of his office and started to hang it. Alex walked around, a frown on his face as he looked at the sign, which said, Alex Anderson, Attorney at Law. The sign was huge and well-made. It was just what he'd planned to buy for himself as soon as he'd saved enough money to do it. He watched for another moment while the man finished hanging it, before walking up to him. Who bought this? The man shrugged, didn't give her name. Pretty little blonde with spectacles. He glanced over at Alex. Looks good, don't it? Alex nodded, as the rage slowly built inside him. It does. Thank you for your hard work. He stared at it for another moment, thrilled to see the sign there, but feeling a burning need to say something to his young wife about it. Did she already pay you? Wouldn't have made it if she hadn't. Enjoy. The man walked away down the street, unknowing of the anger building in Alex. Alex went inside and checked his schedule. 2 hours before anyone else was set to come, he locked the door and walked toward the library, his anger building with each slow step he took. When he reached the library, he opened the door and walked to the front desk, finding Amaryllis sitting behind it doing paperwork. He didn't see anyone else in his cursory glance around, so he said exactly what was on his mind. Did you by chance buy me something? Amaryllis's eyes lit up, and she clapped her hands together. Is it finished? Did he hang it? How does it look? She couldn't believe it was already done and was excited to see it when she got home from work that evening. Alex placed his palms on her desk and leaned his weight on them so he was closer to her eye level. I asked you not to spend any money on me. I told you that I would support us. What the hell were you thinking? He was yelling by the time he got to his question. She stared at him, having a hard time believing he was that angry over her gift. I thought you'd like it. I thought it would help your business. You betrayed me. You knew it was something I was completely against, and you did it anyway. What makes you think that was all right with me? His voice carried through the building, and he just didn't care. Amaryllis needed to listen to him for a change. Keep your voice down. This is a library, she hissed at him. I will not keep my voice down. Do not ever go against me like this again. I will support us. Your money is for you. He turned and left the library as quickly as he'd come, standing outside the door with his fists clenched. He couldn't return the sign, because it had been custom-made for him. He'd have to keep it and have a constant reminder that his wife didn't listen to a word he said. As he walked home, he was still bristling with anger. What really had the woman been thinking to do that to him? Amaryllis put her head in her hands, glad she was alone in the library. As soon as Alex left, all the wind left her sails. She felt the tears leaking from her eyes. How could he yell at her for giving him a wedding gift? Yes, she'd deliberately gone against him and found a way to help him, but couldn't he see it was her right to give him something? She looked up at the sound of footsteps, her eyes going to Lawrence's face. I forgot you were here, she said, as she hastily brushed the tears from her face. You have every right to buy things that will help his business. You have every right to buy whatever you want to buy. You work hard and your money is important. He didn't say another word as he left the building. Amaryllis stared after him, hoping he wasn't going to try to follow Alex anywhere. She didn't need the two of them to break out in a fight. Alex got home and slammed the door to his office. The fact that she'd had the sign made exactly as he would have wanted made matters even worse as far as he was concerned. What was wrong with the woman? He went to the apartment and started a chicken stewing for their supper, still shaking with anger over her defiance. Amaryllis worked methodically for the rest of the day. She was pleased that only one of two people came into the building needing help finding books. Every time she opened her mouth she was afraid she'd yell at whoever was in front of her, but she knew she couldn't take her anger on Alex out on anyone else. No, she wanted that anger to build, so when she saw him, she could give him a piece of her mind he'd never forget. When she locked the library and headed home, she was still seething with anger. She stopped and looked at the sign before walking around to the back door so she wouldn't disturb Alex if he was with a client. Even in her anger, she knew not to disturb his workplace. It was too bad he didn't afford her the same consideration. She saw he wasn't there, but smelled the chicken in the pot and sank down onto the bed. Instead of reading as she usually would, she picked up a piece of paper and a pencil, and made a list of the reasons he infuriated her. 1. He wouldn't let her use her money. 2. He refused to trust her. 3. He had gotten angry when she didn't trust him, when she had evidence not to. 4. He'd acted like a deranged imbecile in the library. She had the end of the pencil in her mouth thinking about what she would put as number 5 when he walked into the apartment, the anger still palpable between them. She put the pencil and paper down and stood up to go face him. He needed to understand that she would not back down. She had a right to her own opinions and emotion, and if he was going to show up at her place of business and yell at her during the day, he'd better expect her to return the favor at night. She moved to mere inches in front of him, cranked her head back and gave him her opinion. You had no right to come to the library today and yell at me. What were you thinking? That's my place of work. You could have cost me my job. There was no one there. She started shaking in her anger. She couldn't help it. She wanted to kick him and call him every name in the book. There was someone there, but it doesn't matter if there was or not. You don't have a right to come to my workplace and yell at me. She poked him in the chest to emphasize her opinion. Do you want to know why I defied you and bought you the sign? Do you really want to know? Because you don't think I'll ever make enough money to be able to buy it for myself? She closed her eyes to try to control her temper. She wanted nothing more than to stomp on his foot, and she had a feeling he wouldn't appreciate that at the moment. No, I did it because I wanted to give you a wedding present. Do you remember getting married on Saturday? Well, I do, and I realized I hadn't given you anything to celebrate the day except a lot of grief over not wanting to marry you. I thought giving you a gift would show you that I'm happy to be your wife and I'm willing to work through any issues so we could be happy. The word happy was shouted at the top of her lungs. Don't you feel happy now? She turned away from him and walked over beside the bed facing the wall, so frustrated she knew she shouldn't say another word or keep looking at him. He stood staring at her in shock. A wedding gift? You really meant it to be a wedding gift? Why is that so hard to believe? The tears were back in her eyes. Whether they were tears of anger or frustration, she was uncertain, but she dashed them away with her fingers as she turned to face him. Can you even remember how it used to be between us, Alex? We used to live for the moments we could be together, and we'd sit and hold hands and just be thrilled to sit and talk and listen to each other. I want us to be like that again. Her voice was barely a whisper as she said the last of the words. He stared at her, realizing she was right. What had come over them to make them bicker so much? They both wanted happiness, and here they were, doing nothing but screaming at each other. He crossed the room quickly and pulled her into his arms, dropping to rest his chin atop her head. You're right. I'm so sorry, really. Her shoulders were shaking by this point. She wrapped her arms around him and buried her face in his neck, but said nothing. I'm sorry that I got angry over the sign. I'm sorry that I went to the library and yelled at you. I'm sorry that we're fighting so much. He kissed the top of her head. I'm sorry that I don't treat you like I used to. He sighed. Thank you for my wedding present. It's exactly what I had in mind to buy as soon as I had saved enough money. Now I don't have to worry about it. She sniffled and pulled away from him, looking up into his face. You really like it? I love it. It's perfect. I had 2 new clients walking off the street today when they saw it. It's already helping my business. I'm glad. He walked to the edge of the bed and sat down, pulling her down beside him. When I was growing up, my father found something new to be angry at my mother about every day. I've always promised myself that I wouldn't be like him. I would make sure that I only expressed anger with words, but that I would also make sure to look for the best in my wife, instead of deliberately seeking out the bad. I'm going to try harder to do that. I need to look at the things you do and be thankful for them, not get angry because I don't want you to do them. Her eyes met his. Thank you. It was the closest he'd ever come to telling her that his father had beaten his mother. She'd known that there had been problems for years. She waited for him to tell her the rest, but he didn't. He stroked her hair away from her face, where it had fallen from her usually neat bun. Are you getting hungry? I made a nice thick chicken stew. It's starting to get cold outside, and I thought it would be good. She stood up, walking toward the stove, knowing then the moment was lost. He wouldn't tell her about what had happened tonight. Maybe he'd learn to trust her soon. That sounds good. She took down bowls and served him one, before remembering the list she'd made in anger. She rushed to the bed and tore it up, hoping he wouldn't ask what it was. Luck was not with her. What was that? He asked. She shrugged, sitting across from him and taking her first bite of the stew. This is really good. He watched her, raising an eyebrow. What was that, really? I made a list of all the reasons you make me crazy. She stared down into her stew and waited for his anger. He laughed. Are you serious? You actually listed the reasons? How many were there? She sighed, her eyes meeting his. I got to 4 before you came in. I'm sure it would have been much longer if I'd had a little more time. He laughed even harder. And that's why I love you so very much. You don't pull punches, and you tell me what you think. Do you have any idea just how wonderful you are? She laughed. My sisters have let me know exactly what I should think of myself, I assure you. He took her hand in his. They weren't seeing you through my eyes. After supper the following evening, her sister, Daisy, came to the house with a big smile. Aunt Harriet just had the baby. It's a girl. Amaryllis squealed. A girl? That's wonderful. What did they name her? Florence Mary. Isn't that lovely? Amaryllis smiled. It's better than another flower name. She grinned at her sister. They'd all hated having flower names as they'd grown up. It wouldn't have been bad to be named Rose or Lily if all their sisters hadn't had similar names. Amaryllis had been a silly name to begin with, in her own opinion. Anything is better than another flower name. Daisy agreed. She backed away from the door. I need to get back home. You won't come in for a cup of coffee? Amaryllis asked her. She was sorry she didn't have a cake or cookies to offer to go with it. Daisy shook her head. No, Mama will worry if I'm gone too long. She wants me back before dark. Do you want Alex to drive you? No, I like walking in the evening. It's going to be too cold for good walks soon. Amaryllis hugged her sister. Are we all meeting up at Aunt Harriet's tomorrow afternoon to see the baby then? Every time someone in the family had a baby, the entire family gathered at their home the Saturday afternoon following the birth. She wasn't sure why the tradition had started, but they'd enjoyed it. I'm sure we will. I'll see you then. She hurried to the back to tell Alex the news. He smiled and nodded. He'd been a member of the family for as long as Higgins had been married to his mother. Are we all meeting at Harriet's tomorrow then? Amaryllis nodded. We are. She looked around their small house. How are we going to host everyone when we have our first baby? I can just see us having everyone sit on the floor. Alex laughed and pulled her close to him. If all else fails, we'll go stay with your parents or mine. We don't have to worry about what will happen when it's our turn. Amaryllis wasn't willing to let a child be born in their tiny apartment anyway. If and when it came time to worry about that, she was going to insist they use the money she had saved for something bigger. The walk to her aunt's house the following day was filled with excitement for Amaryllis. She loved holding new babies, but wasn't ready to have one of her own. They were so small and smelled so good. Except when they'd filled their diapers, of course, but when that happened she would smile and hand them back to their mother to be changed. It was one of the benefits of being the auntie or the cousin. She held Alex's hand as they walked, enjoying just being a couple for a change. They'd been at an impasse for a while, not worrying over much about their problems, and instead just adjusting to being together. The walk to Max and Harriet's house only took about 10 minutes, but Amaryllis was so excited to see the new baby, she half-dragged Alex, rushing him along. She was excited to see her sisters as well. They'd always seemed like an annoyance, but somehow she missed them. Even Jasmine. She grinned as she thought of her annoying sister. It wouldn't be long before Jasmine would be looking for a husband. She was going to enjoy watching that. When they arrived at the house, it wasn't quite as chaotic as it had been when Aunt Harriet had her first baby. Of course, that had been 5 years ago. They'd all done a lot of growing up in the 5 years since. Rose sat sedately on a sofa, holding little Carrie while Freddie played at her feet. Lily was holding Lilac, while Bart sat on the floor, staring at his older cousin. Lily looked much different than she had 5 years ago. Her red hair was no longer hanging in braids, but was instead arranged neatly atop her head. She was wearing a skirt, which her mother had always made her do when she left the house, but Amaryllis didn't think she was wearing boys' pants under it, which was definitely new. Daisy, only 6 months shy of turning 18, was dressed beautifully, but obviously a little overwhelmed by the crowd. That much hadn't changed. She did fine at parties as long as there were 1 or 2 people in a small group for her to talk to. Talking to everyone at once was too much for her still. Amaryllis made a beeline for her shy sister, hoping she could make her feel more at home. Amaryllis hugged Daisy, leaving Alex to talk to whomever he wanted. He knew everyone there, and his parents were there as well, so she didn't have to worry about him. It's good to see you, she said as she hugged Daisy. Good to see you, too. Mama wasn't sure if you two would make it. She said this isn't something newlyweds are really expected to take part in, but I told her you'd be here. Amaryllis smiled. I'm happy to be here. She looked around the room to make sure no one was close enough to listen. So tell me more about how you feel about women's rights. I've been having some thoughts of my own. Daisy laughed, her eyes sparkling as she began sharing what she thought. I'm a complete radical. I not only think women should have the vote, but I think they should be able to work outside the home if they choose to. And I think they should earn equal wages. Most places pay men more than women for doing the same job, because men are the breadwinners. What does that matter? If a man chooses to stay home and take care of children while a woman works, would that be such a terrible thing? Amaryllis covered her cough as a laugh. You know, I thought Alex was forward-thinking before we married, but I'd love to see you talk with him. He'd have no idea what to make of your ideas. Jasmine walked over and joined them then. She eyed Amaryllis carefully, looking her up and down. You seem the same. Amaryllis made a face at Jasmine. Why wouldn't I? Jasmine shrugged. I don't know. It just seems that being married would radically transform you. Are you still a bookworm? She demanded. Amaryllis sighed. I still read every chance I get. Who I am hasn't changed just because I married Alex. Well, you do kind of have a glow about you. Why's that? Amaryllis didn't respond, but turned to Daisy and sighed. Do you think Aunt Harriet would send her east to be a mail-order bride? Daisy laughed. Probably not. There are too many men here in Seattle who need wives. It wouldn't make sense to send a perfectly good. What am I saying? Let's go beg her to send her away. She linked arms with Amaryllis, and they headed off together to find Harriet, both of them doing their best not to giggle until they were out of Jasmine's earshot. Amaryllis leaned against the wall grinning in the parlor they'd ended up in. How many parlors does Aunt Harriet have? She asked in wonder. I've never been in this one. Daisy shrugged. It's a big house. She smiled happily at Amaryllis. That was really fun. I've become her new favorite victim at home, because I'm the next in line to marry. Oh, I'm sorry. She's the biggest annoyance, Daisy nodded emphatically. I love her, but I may have to kill her someday. Amaryllis giggled. Well, killing her may not be the answer, but you could certainly start playing pranks on her to get her back. Daisy's eyes sparkled with laughter. Like? The two sisters laughed and came up with ideas for tormenting Jasmine until their mother found them 20 minutes later. What are you two doing hiding in here? Both girls burst out laughing at the question. Nothing, Mama, Daisy said as soon as she could speak. Amaryllis shook her head, refusing to even respond to the question. Mary shook her head. What am I going to do with you two? She put her arm around each of them. The baby just woke from her nap. Do you want to see her? They went with their mother to see the baby, but the two sisters exchanged one more look and dissolved into laughter again. Jasmine wouldn't know what hit her. Hyacinth, Violet, and Iris were all crowded around Aunt Harriet and the baby when Amaryllis arrived with Daisy and their mother. Iris, the youngest of the 8 girls at 11, was stroking the baby's cheek. I love babies. As Iris stood there, Amaryllis noticed something moving in Iris's pocket. She quenched her giggle and looked at Daisy, who had obviously noticed as well. What is it? She asked in a whisper. There was a lame kitten on the ground on the way here. Papa told her not to touch it, but she lagged behind. I knew she had it. Daisy shook her head. Iris had never been able to stop helping small children or animals. She wanted to be a doctor someday, but they all knew that she'd really just end up being a nurse, because only men could be doctors. Harriet's eyes met Amaryllis's over the heads of her sisters. I hope your first comes soon. Amaryllis shook her head madly. Maybe in a few years. Harriet laughed softly. It's all in God's timing, really. She used her left hand to completely cradle the baby, and patted the spot next to her on the sofa. Come sit next to me and hold her. Amaryllis moved past her sisters and took the infant from her aunt's arms. She's beautiful. Harriet smiled. All my babies are beautiful. Amaryllis had never been crazy about babies. She liked them as much as the next woman, of course, but she wasn't one who was determined to have a dozen of them, and she was never the first to rush toward a baby when they were born. Yes, she liked to see them, and she loved the parties her family did as soon as a baby was born, but she loved the parties almost as much for the time with her family as the time with the baby. This one was sweet, already sleeping peacefully in her arms. So many babies cried all the time, so Amaryllis thought she liked her. What's her name? She knew Daisy had told her, but it had slipped her mind. Florence Mary. I think we'll probably call her Flo. Flo. I like that. She looked up and saw her 3 youngest sisters still watching her. Hyacinth stared down at the baby with a dreamy expression. I want to have a baby someday, she announced. I'm sure you will someday, Hyacinth, her aunt told her. I want to have an art studio, but no babies, Violet announced loudly. She turned to her mother, who was a few steps behind her. Instead of getting my own room, can I have an art studio instead? We haven't done anything with Riley's room yet. Mary patted Violet on the arm. We'll talk about it when we get home. Mary hated talking about personal things at gatherings like this. She felt that the small details of running her home should be between the people who lived in the home. The afternoon flew by for Amaryllis. She loved her job, but sometimes it was nice to have the weekend to spend with family. She couldn't wait until Thanksgiving, because that would be the next day the whole family would get together like this. There was a small meal served, but they didn't sit at the big table and eat together. It was more a case of everyone grabbing something when they were hungry. There were tears in Amaryllis's eyes when it was time to leave. She knew she was only a 10-minute walk from her parents' house, but she missed the day-to-day chaos of living in the huge home she'd grown up in. Mary hugged her close, understanding with no words being spoken. We all miss you too. Why don't you come to lunch after church next week? Amaryllis nodded. I'll have to talk to Alex, of course, but I don't think he'll mind. She hugged everyone before leaving, while Alex stood patiently waiting for her. He obviously understood her dilemma and wanted to make it as easy for her as possible. She thought again about what a good man she'd married. When Mildred hugged her goodbye, she whispered, "Come over for lunch again tomorrow, and we'll have another quick cooking lesson. You can learn to make another meal." I'd like that, Amaryllis whispered back, happy to have a mother-in-law who was so willing to help her in the areas she lacked in. We'll see you tomorrow. Chapter 9. As she and Alex walked toward their apartment, they held hands and talked about the afternoon. Every time there was a gathering like that, the men disappeared for hours, while the women stayed in the house and talked about the baby and played with the small children. She'd always wondered what the men did during that time. What did you and all the other men do while the rest of us were with the babies? She asked. He laughed. We just went to the backyard and talked about how we didn't want to be in the house with all you women. We talked politics some. Really had a nice time. She grinned. So you don't want to be around us? He slipped his arm around her waist and pulled her closer. I don't want to be around a bunch of women. I want to be around my wife. She smiled up at him, happy to be with just him again. Glancing over past him, she saw a small yellow house for sale. She stopped and walked toward the sign. It didn't give a price, but it couldn't be too terribly much, could it? She didn't say a word, but walked toward the house, peering in the window. It was 5 times the size of where they currently lived, but still very small by her standards. She didn't hear Alex as he called to her, but instead wandered around to the back of the house to see if there was an outhouse. When there wasn't, she knew the house had a real water closet. It was all she could do not to jump for joy. This was the house she wanted. She turned and saw Alex frowning at her. How was she going to be able to talk him into this? She took a deep breath as she approached him, knowing this was important to her, but knowing it would anger him. I think this little house would be perfect for us. You'd have room for an office there, and it has a water closet instead of an outhouse. Once winter comes, an outhouse is going to be hard. He shook his head. Maybe I can afford it in a year, but I can't now. He looked down at her with a solemn expression. I'd like to be able to give you what you want, but I can't afford this. You can't afford it. I understand that. But we can. I work hard, Alex. The fruits of my labor sit in a bank and I can't touch them. How is that fair to either of us? He took her hand again and started walking toward home. His eyes were downcast. I want to give you everything in the world, but it's going to take time to get the money we need together for a big purchase like this. Why won't you listen to me? I don't need anything. I want to spend the money I've worked hard to earn on a house for us. I'm spending it on me because I'm the one who wants it so much. Please at least think about it. He frowned. I'll think about it, but the answer is going to be no. She sighed, kicking at a rock on the ground. I understand. She said the words by rote, but the truth was, she didn't understand. She worked too hard for her money to have him discount everything she made and not let her spend it. After church the following day, they again walked to his parents' house to have lunch with them. She hurried to the kitchen to help Mildred with the preparations. "How do we make this?" she asked. Mildred smiled over her shoulder as she continued to peel the potatoes in front of her. "I'm making a pork roast today. I put it in the oven before church, but made sure the heat was low. So it's been slowly cooking while we were at the sermon. If I was going to be here the whole time, I'd have put the potatoes and carrots in with it when it was half done. I wasn't here, so I'm going to cook the potatoes and carrots on the stove." Amaryllis nodded. "So you remove the peel with a knife before you cook potatoes?" "I'm going to mash these, so yes, I'm removing the peel first." She demonstrated how to remove a peel and handed Amaryllis the knife. "You try it." Alex stood watching his mother and wife work together for a minute before he hurried off to find John. He had no desire to sit around and listen to his mother teach her cook. As far as he was concerned, he'd always cook for her, but she seemed determined to learn how so she could share the burden. He liked that about her. She was always willing to do her share and then some. He found John in his study and sat down across from him. After a moment, the older man looked up from his ledger. "How's married life treating you?" he asked. Alex shrugged. "For the most part, we're doing really well. We still have a few squabbles and misunderstandings, of course. She trusts me now." John smiled and nodded. "That's good. Trust is important." He put down the pen he'd been using to write. "Is there something in particular you're having trouble with so I can help?" Alex sighed. "Well, she was courting a man named Lawrence when I got back in town, and the man is a writer and still spends all his time at the library. Amaryllis says he's a friend, and it's a good place for him to work, but it doesn't feel right to me." John laughed. "She's just doing her job, Alex. You need to start trusting her more. She married you, not him." "I forced the issue." John shrugged. "She wouldn't have stayed if she hadn't wanted to be with you. She'd have told her Lawrence what happened and run away with him. You know she would have." Alex made a face. He hadn't thought of that. Lawrence had seemed awfully calm for a man who had just found out his girl had married another that day in the library. "I'll think about that." He stared off into space for a moment. "Our other problem is that she wants to spend her money on us. It makes me crazy." John frowned. "What do you mean?" "Well, she never spent any of the money she's made while working at the library. She's got it all sitting in a savings account at the bank. So she thinks I should let her use her money to buy us a house. Let me ask you this. Is the money you make your money, or does it belong to both of you?" "Both of us, of course. I would never keep my money from her." "Why do you expect her to keep hers from you then?" "Well, I'm the man. I'm supposed to support us." How could John not see the logic of what he was saying? So the money she's worked over a year to earn should sit in a bank account until she dies? Or until you die, and she's allowed to use it? "Well, no, but I should be supporting us." John shook his head. "When you marry, you share everything. You've decided to let her keep working?" Alex nodded. "I wouldn't take the pleasure she gets from her work from her." "But you'd take the pleasure she gets from her earnings from her?" "This house, is it bigger than where you live now?" "Yes, and it has a water closet." She's never lived without a water closet, and she thinks they're a necessity. Then to her they are. Look, son, she's worked hard for over a year to save up that much money. She has a right to use it, and by working for it, she has a right to use the money she's earned to make her life easier and more comfortable. Why are you denying her?" Alex stood and paced the room. "I want to be the one to give her what she wants. I want to earn the things that we use." "But you can't let her pitch in and help? If she can buy the house outright, or use the money she makes to buy the house, why can't you just do it that way?" "I don't think you're being fair to her." Alex sighed. "I was sure you'd back me up on this." John shook his head. I'd back you up if you were making sense and in the right. She's lived a privileged life. There's no doubt about that. But she has a right to use the money she's earned to make her life better, even now that you're married. Let her do it. Alex frowned. I'll think about it. Do that. I think you'll ruin your marriage otherwise. After lunch, Amaryllis stayed in the kitchen with Mildred, learning how to make French toast and bacon. Alex again went to talk to John in his study. He settled into the chair across from John's desk. I think you're right, he finally admitted. About? I need to let Amaryllis use her money for the house. I'm keeping her from luxuries that she's used to because of my pride. He shook his head. I'll talk to her about it, and we'll look at the house. John smiled, nodding approvingly. That's the right thing to do, son. I know you have in your head that you need to be the sole support of your family, but she doesn't do all the housework. I know the girl can't cook, so you must be doing that. Why would you divide up men's and women's work, and then do part of hers and not let her do part of yours? Because I'm pig-headed and stubborn, just like my wife says I am? John laughed. You said it, not me. When Lawrence stopped by the library on Monday afternoon, he let her know he was moving on. I've finished the research and started writing here, but there's nothing keeping me in Seattle anymore. I'm going to head down to San Francisco and finish the book there. She nodded, wishing she could hug him goodbye, but knowing how Alex would feel about it. Instead, she offered her hand to shake. I've enjoyed getting to know you. Make sure you tell the Indians' point of view. He laughed. I'd be afraid you'd hunt me down if I didn't. She smiled as she watched him leave the library. She knew Alex would be pleased when she told him. She understood how he was feeling, because she knew there was an appearance that more had happened between her and Lawrence than truly had. She wished she'd never told Alex she was seeing him when he first came back to town. When she arrived home that evening, she slipped in the back door as always, and found Alex waiting for her. We need to go, he said. Go where? He shrugged. It's a surprise. She sighed. Okay. For some reason, Amaryllis had never been big on surprises. She preferred to know how things would turn out. She was the daughter who was unwrapping the gifts under the Christmas tree and carefully tying the bow back on, keeping the creases exactly how they'd been. She couldn't wrap a gift herself, but she could sure follow the creases others made in the paper as she rewrapped her own gifts. She walked with Alex, hand in hand, back toward her Aunt Harriet's house. She had no idea why they were going there, but she wasn't particularly worried. As they approached the little yellow house, she felt a sadness creep over her. Alex hadn't mentioned the house since he'd told her he would think about buying it, and she could see a man there, obviously the realtor. Someone was going to buy it, and it wasn't them. She was surprised when Alex took her hand and led her up to the realtor. Mr. Friday? This is my wife, Amaryllis. It's nice to meet you, Mrs. Anderson. Your husband told me you admired this house, so I wanted to give you a chance to see the inside, before you make your purchase decisions. Amaryllis stared at Alex in shock, but said nothing. The realtor showed them through the house, indicating the water closet. I don't have a lot of these for sale yet, so this house is sure to go fast. There were 3 bedrooms. Amaryllis knew that Alex could use one for an office, and the other could be for a baby when it happened to them. The kitchen was small, but definitely large enough for her to figure out how to cook in, the dining room cozy, and the front parlor was just big enough for their needs. Between all the rooms, she was certain her family could fit in there if she ever hosted them all. She smiled after looking through everything. It's exactly what I hoped for. Alex nodded to the agent, who walked outside for a moment, giving them a chance to talk. Do you want to buy it? She bit her lip. Would that be all right with you? I had a long talk with John yesterday, and he made me realize what an idiot I was being about the house and your money. I would never tell you that the money I make is mine, and it was ridiculous for me to say that your money was only yours. Let's use your money to buy this house, and then the money we make in the future will go further, because we won't have to pay rent. How much is it? He smiled. I found that out earlier today, and checked the balance in your account at the bank. We have enough for the house, with a little bit left over for some furniture. He looked around. This house is so much bigger than where we live, we'll need more furniture. She let out a squeal and threw her arms around him. I want it. I really, really want it. Are you sure? He held her close. I'm sure that I want nothing more than for you to be happy. If this house will make you happy, then we'll get it. He took her hand and led her out to the realtor. We'll take it. Can I bring you the money tomorrow? The realtor nodded, reaching out to shake Alex's hand first and then Amaryllis's. I'm glad to be able to see it go to such a nice young couple. You can raise a family here. Alex set up a time to meet the realtor the following day, before they started home. Do you want to stop and eat at the restaurant? He asked. I didn't have time to start anything for supper tonight. I don't care about eating at the restaurant. I can make French toast now. Let me cook for you. Amaryllis honestly had no desire to eat there, because she had spent so much time there with Lawrence. That sounds good. They walked along in silence for a moment. I wanted to tell you, Lawrence came by the library today, she began. Alex did his best not to start bristling with anger immediately. And? He said there's nothing keeping him in Seattle now that his research is done. He's going to finish writing his book in San Francisco. How do you feel about that? She shrugged. He was a good friend to me while he was here, but I won't really miss him. I hope he finds what he's looking for in San Francisco. He deserves to find love. He's a good man. Alex sighed. I'm just glad he's going to be a good man in San Francisco instead of Seattle. I know I'm being difficult, but I just don't want him around. I know. I'm glad he's leaving, because I know it will give you peace of mind. Thank you for understanding that. She laughed. I thought you were in love with Sarah for 2 years. I'm the first to understand something like that. You know, at first I was angry that you wouldn't believe me, but you believed your papa about that, but now I'm just happy that you know Sarah was never a love interest. She was an important part of my life. I think I'd have worked myself into the grave if she hadn't given me a job, but she was never more than a friend. I'd like you to meet her sometime. She smiled up at him. I'd like that too. When they got home, she rushed and made the French toast. She knew it was sad that she could only make 2 meals, but she felt very accomplished that she'd learned to make anything in such a short time. Alex went to his office to do some quick paperwork while she fixed the meal. The first piece she made was burnt, so she threw it away and started over, trying not to let herself get frustrated. Obviously she had the stove hotter than Mildred had when she'd shown her. When she had a nice stack of French toast fixed, she called to Alex, and they ate their dinner together. Amaryllis couldn't stop talking animatedly about the new house and the way she wanted to decorate it. She was on a budget for the first time in her life, but she was able to sew. Her mother had made sure all of them could at least do a bit of it. She could make her own curtains and cushions. She tried not to giggle as she thought about Lily's cushions. I promise I'm a better seamstress than my sister. Alex smiled as she described the cushions Lily had made. He was thrilled to see her so happy. I know it will look wonderful. Amaryllis did the dishes, even though she'd cooked, to give Alex time to do a bit more paperwork and to make up for the time during the day he'd spent dealing with the realtor and the bank to get the purchase of the house set up for her. She still couldn't believe he was agreeing to move to the little yellow house. She would have to tell her mother as soon as she could. Once the dishes were done, she asked for just that. Can we walk over to my parents' house and tell them about the house we're buying? Please? Alex smiled, nodding. Let's go. It's a pretty night for a walk. When they reached her parents' house, she started to just open the door, but then realized she didn't live there anymore. It startled her for a moment, but she raised her hand to knock. She gave Alex a helpless look. I don't live here anymore. He laughed. I think it'll always be home to you, though. I'm glad you understand that. Her mother came to the door, excited to see them. Come in. We've eaten, but I was about to cut the cake. Are you hungry? She asked. Amaryllis looked at Alex. Do you want cake? Alex shrugged. I'm always ready for cake. Amaryllis made a mental note to learn to make cake next as they followed her mother into the dining room. She took a seat on one side of the table, with Alex beside her. Her sisters all greeted her, but Jasmine didn't say a thing. She just glared at her. Amaryllis looked at Jasmine and blew her a kiss. I love you, Jasmine. Jasmine didn't respond and instead, she sulked quietly. Amaryllis looked over at Daisy who winked at her, letting her know Daisy had put some of the ideas they'd come up with into practice. No wonder. Amaryllis accepted her piece of cake, and once everyone else had been served said, "We have something to tell you." Iris looked over at Amaryllis and jumped to her feet, squealing. I'm going to be an aunt. Amaryllis turned 6 shades of red, but shook her head. No. We haven't been married long enough for that, Iris. She turned to her mother who was watching her. We found a house to buy. Mary's face spread into a huge smile. Buying your first house is a wonderful experience. I remember when we first moved out here, we had this tiny little one-room cabin. Of course, we only had Rose and Lily back then, but I was so proud of it. You were born there, really, but I doubt you remember it. Amaryllis shook her head as her mother continued. It was so little, but I was so proud of it, because it was my first house. Amaryllis smiled. This one isn't quite that small. It has 3 bedrooms, and Alex will be able to use one as his office. Mary nodded. As he establishes his practice, I'm sure you will move on to a bigger house. Fred looked at Alex. Are you happy about this? It makes Amaryllis happy, so I'm very pleased. We'll help you move, of course, Fred said. You just let us know when. Thank you, sir. Alex smiled at the older man. Their relationship had been rocky, but it seemed to be much better. He was glad the older man wasn't holding a grudge against him. On their walk home after the cake, Alex commented on that to Amaryllis. I'm surprised your father doesn't hate me for what happened between us before we married. Amaryllis shrugged. Papa doesn't hold grudges. He's an old softy. I really expected to have a rocky relationship with him for the rest of our lives. Oh, not Papa. You're probably his favorite son-in-law if you don't count Sean and Daniel. I'm his only son-in-law other than Sean and Daniel. So you are. She grinned at him in the dark. You're my favorite husband too. And your least favorite husband? He asked. Well, I wouldn't have mentioned that. They were laughing as they walked into the apartment. Amaryllis took a good look around her. I'm actually going to miss this little place. It was cozy. He laughed. Want me to show you how cozy? He picked her up and tossed her onto the bed, following her down. This is cozy too, right? She threw her arms around him laughing. Let's never forget that we enjoy being around each other. Sometimes when I'm angry at you, I forget, but then we have a moment like this, and I know I am supposed to be married to you. In the back of her mind was the worry that he still hadn't told her about killing his father, but she didn't let herself dwell on that. Instead, she responded to his kisses with her own. Chapter 10. They were able to move that weekend, with her family and his parents helping them. Amaryllis spent every evening sewing curtains for the windows. They decided not to worry about buying any more furniture until they were actually in the house and knew what they'd need. Alex had talked to each of his clients about moving his place of business. He could have kept the apartment, but it wouldn't have made sense financially, and the new house was in a good area for the business anyway. When they closed the door on their guests their first night in the new house, she breathed a sigh of relief. That was just too many people in my little house, she told him. He laughed. They were all people we love. They were. But they were in my house, and there were too many of them. She looked around the house happily. The green curtains she'd carefully sewn were hanging at the windows. There was a small sofa that her aunt had found in her attic and given to them in the parlor. Her mother had donated an old dining table. They wouldn't need to buy much at all. Are you happy? Does it look how you pictured? She threw herself into his arms. I'm ecstatic. I just love how everything looks. She pulled back and looked up at him. What about your office? Will it work? The office is fine. Eventually, I'll rent one downtown again, but we're close enough now that this will work well. It was worth all the trouble just to see her smile. He looked at her closely. Do you sometimes wish you'd married Lawrence? She laughed. No, I do not sometimes wish I'd married Lawrence. We had only known each other a few weeks, and he was really good as a friend, but anything more would have just felt wrong with him. I kiss you, and it feels right. I kissed him once, and it felt like I was kissing my brother. You wouldn't be this happy about our new house if you were in love with Lawrence, would you? She stroked his cheek. No, I wouldn't. I'm happy about moving here, because I moved to my first house with the man I love. How could I not be happy about that? You're not just saying that? Of course I'm not just saying that. She sighed and put her hand to her back. I'm sore. I didn't do any of the heavy moving, but the things I did have left me exhausted. He smiled. My mother left dinner for us in the oven, so I'm going to go serve that. Neither of us will have to cook, and we can enjoy our first evening in our new home. She sat at the table and watched him bring out fried chicken and potato salad. I'm not sure I can stay awake long enough to eat. He laughed. What do you think about not going to church in the morning and sleeping in instead? It's late, and I don't think either of us are going to feel up to it. That sounds smart. I was okay until I stopped moving, but now I'm really sore. Well, we'll eat, wash the dishes, and then we'll just go to bed and wake up whenever we feel like waking up. He smiled and squeezed her hand. I'm really glad we have the house you wanted. She nodded, her eyes practically closing as she ate her meal. When they finished eating, she hurried to the sink to wash the dishes, and he dried for her. As soon as they were done, he steered her to the bedroom, and they both quickly changed and fell into bed. She snuggled close to his side, kissing his shoulder. I'm so tired. He held her close. I love you, she mumbled, love you, too, as her eyes closed and she drifted off to sleep. They stayed home the following day as planned. She fixed pancakes for breakfast, which they didn't eat until after 10 in the morning. Amaryllis didn't remember ever sleeping so late and felt positively sluggish. She served them both and sat down across from him at the tiny table they'd brought from the apartment to use in the kitchen. They'd use the dining room when company was over. While they ate, he brought up the issues with trust they'd had earlier in their marriage. I realized last night that I trust you implicitly. She smiled. I'm really happy to hear that. You trust me now that you know the truth about Sarah, right? He had expected her to just readily agree that she trusted him as well. Mostly. He blinked in surprise. Mostly? What else could be bothering her? Why don't you trust me completely? She sighed. Your mother and I had a long talk the day after we married. I knew I wouldn't trust you completely until you told me everything she did. He looked wary, but asked, what did she tell you? Her eyes met his. She told me how your father died. And you weren't going to trust me until I talked to you about that? Are you joking with me? She nodded. It's something that I needed to know, and you were hiding it from me. Why did you need to know that I killed my own father? I wish I didn't even know that. He stood up and paced the kitchen. What all did she tell you about it? Amaryllis watched him walk back and forth, wishing she could take back her words, and stop the conversation entirely. She told me that he hit her and you were defending her and accidentally killed him. He sighed. That's what she'd say. Do you want the whole story? Because I'll tell you if you want to hear it. It's not pretty, though. I'm sure it's not, but I do want to hear the whole truth about what happened. She watched him as he sat down across from her again. Some of my first memories were of my father hitting my mother. He didn't usually hit me, unless I tried to get between them. Sometimes he hit her because he was drunk. Sometimes he hit her when he was sober, but it always happened. I begged her to move somewhere away from him. I told her that I didn't want him to hurt her anymore. He rubbed his neck in frustration. I think the first time I told her that I was about 10. By the time I was 13, I would have recurring fantasies about killing him. I imagined wrapping my fingers around his throat and killing him. I wanted nothing more than to kill my father. He hurt my mother. I couldn't let him keep doing that. He sighed and stood up, resuming his pacing. I came out of my room on the night he died. There was so much noise going on that I knew what was happening. Mama still had bruises from her last beating. I saw him standing over her, punching her over and over. I jumped in between them. My father was a big man, but by the time I was 15, I was bigger. A lot bigger. I screamed at him to stop, but he didn't. Instead, he backhanded me and knocked me to the floor. He pointed to a scar on his head. You don't have to tell me, Alex. Amaryllis saw how pale he looked. It wasn't an easy thing for him to talk about. She knew instinctively he'd never told another person about what had happened that night. Suddenly she didn't want to hear. She couldn't bear it. You wanted to hear it, so you'll hear the whole thing. He sat back down. I got back up and went after him with my fists. I'd always been so angry. I hated him with everything inside me. I wanted to punch him over and over. I hit him just once, and he went flying. I heard his head crack as he fell. He didn't move. I stood there for a minute, wondering what to do. I checked on Mama to make sure she was all right, but I didn't care what happened to him. I wanted him to be dead. He shook his head. It was a real accident, but I'd wanted to kill him so many times that it still feels like murder. He looked down at his huge hands, which were fisted. These hands killed someone. I've never hit anyone again. Amaryllis got up from her chair and walked around to kneel beside Alex. She put her hand on his knee. I'm so sorry. I never should have asked you to talk about it. His hand reached down to stroke her hair. Do you want to know the real reason I didn't want to talk to you about it? She nodded slowly, half afraid of what his answer would be. I do. I was worried you'd be afraid I would hit you like my father hit my mother. I didn't want you to not marry me, so I didn't tell you when we first started seeing each other. He sighed. After we were married, it didn't seem as important. I just made sure that I never hurt you, and if you didn't know, then you wouldn't have to be afraid of me. I always knew he hit your mother. I'm not sure who told me, but I feel like I've known since I was a little girl. She stood up and moved onto his lap instead, turning his face to hers. I could never be afraid of you. You would tear any man who tried to hurt me apart. I know you're on my side, not against me. He buried his face against her neck, breathing deeply of her scent. I hate even talking about my father. He was such a bad man. I don't think he ever once in my life told me that he loved me, or did anything like take me fishing or hunting. I was my mother's job and his occasional punching bag when I interfered. I don't think less of you for killing him, Alex. I think more of you. He sighed, his eyes moving to hers. I'm really glad. I was so afraid. I thought I could hide it from you forever, but I knew it wasn't the right thing to do. I was torn. He stroked her cheek. I'll be a good father, really. I only lived with John for 3 years, but he was a good father to me, and he taught me how things are supposed to be. I was never worried about that. I know you'll be a good father. You're already a good husband. Do you want children? He asked, broaching the subject for the first time. She shrugged. I don't have an overwhelming need to have babies yesterday like some women do, but I do think I would like to have one eventually. He smiled. I was afraid you'd heard my father beat my mother, and you didn't want to have children with me. No. I'm just not sure I'm ready for one yet. I mean, Rose and Lily do well with theirs. Lily does really well considering she has twins. I just would rather work for another year or 2 before I stay home and have babies. He kissed her cheek. I'm not sure how to prevent them from happening. Well, we could always abstain. He growled at her. That's not happening. She giggled wildly. I didn't think it would. I wouldn't want it to. She smiled, taking his hand and pulling him out of his chair. What are you doing? I thought I'd give you a demonstration of how much I don't want you to abstain. He laughed. I'd be pleased to see that demonstration. As she pulled him off into the bedroom, she realized that with the air cleared between them, she felt content for the first time since she'd heard Sarah's name. She was truly happy to be with Alex, and knew deep in her heart there was no one she would ever care about the way she did him. Epilogue. Daisy sighed. She didn't want to have this discussion. Her mother stood in front of her with her hands on her hips, making it clear the discussion was happening whether she wanted it or not. You will never find a husband if you don't go out and do things where you will meet someone. I have to get married next week, she asked. It would be her 18th birthday in just a week, and her mother had been pressuring her to go talk to her aunt about her prospects for the past month. You don't have to get married next week, but you have to at least be thinking about it. Your sisters all knew who they'd marry by your age. But Amaryllis didn't get married until 6 months ago. She waited until she was 19. Mary shook her head. But she was already in love with Alex, and we knew that. Fine. I'll go tell Aunt Harriet to find me a husband. You don't have anyone at all in mind? No, I really don't. Daisy stood up and pulled her bonnet on. Where are you going? I'm going to talk to Aunt Harriet. She rushed from the house before her mother could say another word. It was the perfect solution. She walked through the quiet streets, thinking about just how she'd present her idea to her aunt. By the time she got there, the idea was fully formed, and she was ready to tell her exactly what she wanted. She knocked on the door and was led back to her aunt's parlor. Harriet was sitting with little Flo. Where are the others? Daisy asked. They're out back with their nurse. Harriet had once said she'd never hire someone to take care of her children, but having 4 babies in 6 years had a way of changing her plans. I've been expecting you to come talk to me. Daisy sat down on the chair across from the sofa where her aunt sat with the baby. I have no marriage prospects. I want you to find me a husband. She leaned forward earnestly, hoping her aunt would take her seriously. Harriet gaped at her for a moment. With all the men in Seattle, you have no one you prefer? No one you're even a little bit interested in? Daisy shook her head. No one. You're the matchmaker. Make me a match. What are you looking for in a husband? Daisy shrugged. I like men who love kids. I want a man who will treat me as an equal, not as someone inferior to him. Find him for me, please. Harriet thought about the men she knew. I'll need some time to think about it. Come back here in a week, and I'll have 3 men for you to meet and get to know. Daisy smiled. Really? You'll do it? I will. I'll find you the man you're looking for. Daisy leaned back in her chair and smiled. Have I ever mentioned that you're the best aunt ever? Harriet laughed. Not often enough.